whole meeting for Tuesday, November 2nd is now called to order. Andrea, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, everyone. As a reminder to all in attendance, this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the county's YouTube page. It's 1:08 p.m. Calling the roll. Mr. Tuma?
Here.
Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Schran? Mr. Schran is absent at the moment. Ms. Turner? Ms. Conwell? Present. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens is absent at the moment. Ms. Simon? Ms. Simon is absent at the moment. Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Sweeney?
Present.
Council President Jones?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Andrea. Has anyone signed in for public comment?
Yes. Ginger Van Wagener?
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Van Wagenen, and I feel privileged to speak to you this afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Greater Cleveland congregations regarding the budget for the Public Defender's Office Juvenile Justice Division. GCC is a nonpartisan coalition of faith communities and partner organizations in Cuyahoga County with a strong track record for change. Among its objectives is making change in the juvenile justice system, particularly regarding the transfer or bind over of our children to the adult system. Of immediate concern is assuring quality legal representation for all of our children facing the trauma and life-altering risk of adult treatment for their juvenile misconduct. We don't minimize the seriousness of their offenses or the impact on their victims, but we do feel very strongly that children are children and should be treated as such. We can find a way to rehabilitate our misbehaving youth while also protecting our community without imposing on our children adult sentences in adult prison. Seeking the best for children has been a passion of mine since I was actively practicing law and served for 10 years as a guardian ad litem for dependent and neglected children. I even served as chair of that project. My work today with GCC is simply an extension of that passion. Quality legal representation of our children embroiled in the justice system matters not only to the children and their families, but to our whole community. In researching juvenile bindovers in Ohio, GCC has learned that the best practice is to assign 100% of bindover cases, minus conflicts, to the County Public Defender's Office. And in fact, Cuyahoga County is the only county in Ohio that doesn't do that. Since assignment of 100% of those cases, minus conflicts, is best practice, GCC has been working to make that happen. Over the past 10 months, GCC has met with the Public Defender's Office and the juvenile court judges to determine what it would take to align our county with best practices. We learned that the first key step would be to increase the public defender's capacity to take more bindover cases. So we then went to the county executive to request increased funding for that purpose so that the public defender could add staff and additional space. We are very pleased that the county executive's proposed budget includes funding as GCC requested. And we're here today to urge council to support that allocation to the Public Defender's Office Juvenile Justice Division. Thank you.
Reverend King O.J. Rogers?
Thank God for you. Thank God for the opportunity to speak here and that you're listening. This is my mother, LaVonna Rogers, and taxpayer. Greetings, County
Reverend
Executive.
King, if you could state your name for the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I am Reverend King O.J. Rogers.
My name is LaVonna Rogers, his mother.
Ms. Rogers, if you could speak into the microphone.
LaVonna Rogers, I am his mother.
Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, County Executive Ronay, Cuyahoga County Council, distinguished guests, and GCC critics. I am Reverend King of Olivet Institutional Baptist Church, where Reverend Dr. Jawanza Kareem Colvin is our pastor. White racism has no placeism in our Americanism. County Executive Ronayne and the council, we appreciate your transfer of over $600,000 in support of the success of juvenile public defenders. In 2020, Cleveland City Council and Cuyahoga Council declared racism a public health crisis. GCC met with County Executive Ronayne and council members to ask for an increase in funding for the Juvenile Public Defender's Office to represent more of the binding cases, in an effort to stamp out an abusive and racist system that leaves our children physically handicapped and mentally deranged as adults. GCC requested these funds based on accurate research of best practices and quality representation for juveniles in Cuyahoga County. I have been to juvenile court hearings, and the juvenile public defenders are very reassuring to the defendant, explaining the court process to the families during and after the hearings. The Cuyahoga County Juvenile Public Defenders meet the requirements established by the state of Ohio pursuant to the Ohio Administrative Code Section 120-1-10 to represent our children in juvenile court. Juvenile public defenders work in the building and have an excellent track record of visiting juveniles prior, during, and after their case. It is offensive that an indigent, widowed county tax-paying mother with two mentally handicapped boys can't qualify for benefits. Yet, when the child gets arrested and sent to juvenile detention center, the county has no problem approving jail time at the juvenile detention center, offering the same benefits previously denied, relegating the impoverished family to be destitute. The problem is cyclic. The courts have funds to call on character witnesses such as doctors, friends, teachers, mental health counselors, ministers, coaches, etc. Based on records, there have been very limited use of character witnesses in the last 2 years by assigned counsel. The juveniles need someone to speak for them, to paint the picture of who they are as adolescent human beings and not inmates. We believe the juvenile public defender is best suited for this work. GCC desire is to have quality representation for all our children in Cuyahoga County. Black young men make up 95 to 98%, a disproportionate number of our children facing youth bind over to adult prison. If justice fails, all else fails with it. Thank you.
Stephanie Thomas.
Good afternoon, I'm Stephanie Thomas. Okay, I am here because I am more concerned than I was 2 days ago about the county's lack of urgency when it comes to funding the overnight seasonal shelters for the city's unsheltered homeless population. I just learned that Eden is no longer allowing rapid rehousing funding. That rental assistance was a lifeline for people who are homeless, and without it, there will be more and more people in need of shelter this winter and beyond. With so many individuals refusing to go to 2100 or Norma Herb, as it is, I respectfully request that the county funds our overnight seasonal shelters immediately. Last night it got down below freezing. 2 nights ago we got at least an inch or two of snow. Providing warmth and shelter for the hundreds of unsheltered homeless individuals that are living on our streets, in tents, in encampments, under bridges, in their cars, sometimes with their children, is absolutely urgently needed. It can seem overwhelming. I know there is a lot of things that require funding, but this is a simple plan, a proven plan, and it works. It keeps people warm, it provides them a place to sleep, it feeds them. And in the 2 years that I worked with Northeast Ohio Coalition for the Homeless, over 50%, that's 50, over 50% of everybody that spent even just one night at a seasonal shelter was permanently housed. Please release the funding as the season has already started. Thank you.
Lou.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
2017, the same occasion, our county budget hearing, I met a new hero, Mr. Mark Stanton. From that day, I realized public defender offices doesn't matter for adult or for juvenile. They are the homeless people in the government system. Never got properly funded, badly staffed, including understaffed. And this is the reason why they cannot function in the judicial systems to help people to avoid the unfortunate situation, being stuck in the jail, waiting for pre-trial for 6 months, 12 months, or even longer. The more people you put in the jail, even before their pre-trial hearing, the more people you actually force them out of housing, jobs, family relations, you cut off their connection to the whole community. So you put on the burden on social services, including homeless service and reentry service to start. Don't even mention senior services and others. Oh, let's not forget domestic violence. We need lots of help there too. So I wish today, from now on, we can put the strings attached to the funding to our judicial offices. If they cannot start bail reform and get it done, if they cannot start checking out all other options to decrease the people getting into mass incarcerations and homelessness, I don't think they really deserve the funding, which we could have used to demolish 2100 main building, 2227 Ping Avenue's main building, and actually put more people who really want to work to help out people, especially public defenders' offices, for them to work. Maybe we will have a better chance so we can really thrive together. Please, you guys are the ones guarding the funding line. If you do not put the pressures, who else can? Not only you need to stand up for the people, you need to do this to encourage other people to stand up, to do their job right, to take out the bureaucracy and hypocrisy. Otherwise, we will have no hope. Year after year. That's not the good news. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment portion for today's meeting, and let the record reflect that Councilmember, Councilmember Simon is in attendance.
All right, thank you, Andrea. At this time, matters referred to the committee. I will pass the gavel to Councilman Miller, who would now chair our budget hearing.
Thank you very much, Council President Jones, and just a couple of announcements I would like to make everybody aware that in your packet you have a 3-page document, and we just received this from Director Parfiowitz. It's similar to one that we received earlier, except where it has the current projection has now been updated with the third quarter projection, which gives us the estimate for 2023 spending through the end of the year as estimated based on the numbers that we had as of the end of the third quarter. And Director Parfiowitz tells us these numbers are still preliminary and could move a little bit, but not very much. They're very close to the final numbers, and we appreciate having these. I would also like to ask all presenters today that if anybody is requesting funding beyond what's recommended in the executive budget, please explicitly so state and describe what additional funds you believe are needed and how much and why they're needed. With that, we're going to move to the first, we're going to start with the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. We have 4 divisions, and the first one is the General Division. The Honorable Judge Brendan J. Sheehan will make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Council. Councilman President Purnell Jones, Chair Dale Miller, and members of Council. I am Brendan Sheehan, the Administrative and Presiding Judge of the General Division of the Common Pleas Court. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to allow me to be here today. The court has not submitted any written testimony or presentation. So, first of all, I'd like to thank OBM, specifically Walter, Shantae, Tiffany, and Irma, and the county executive staff for their assistance with this budget and their ongoing support throughout the year. I also want to thank Andrea Richardson for her efforts and for keeping us on track. And she did advise me I don't need to give a 20-page PowerPoint. Thank you. I also want to thank the executive, Chris Ronayne, and his staff for their support. Back home, I'd like to also thank our court administrative staff, Court Administrator Greg Popovich, Deputy Court Administrator Andrea Canast, and especially our Fiscal Director, Colleen Brown, for their work throughout the entire year. I would be remiss if I didn't thank also the judges of the General Division for trusting me, and also all of our staff for their tireless efforts in serving this community and giving us the opportunity, and giving me the opportunity to be here before you. Now, with all that thanking, I'd like to say the court is satisfied with the budget as recommended by the executive at this time. If I could, I'd like to also make one last statement. As the administrative judge for the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of working with the Domestic Relations Court, the Juvenile Court, the Probate Courts, as well as the Court of Appeals. And they, although they will address their own budgets, I just want to say I support them and appreciate their continued collaboration. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the Honorable Judge? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
And the next presenter will be for the Juvenile Division, the Honorable Judge Thomas F. O'Malley, the Administrative Judge.
Good afternoon. Chairman Miller, members of council, my fellow administrative judges, court administrators, County Prosecutor O'Malley, County Public Defender Sweeney, and guests. My name is Tom O'Malley, and I am the Administrative Judge for the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court. I have the privilege to be here representing Judge Allison Floyd, Judge Kristen Sweeney, Judge Jennifer O'Malley, Judge Ann McDonough, Judge Nick Celebrezzi, and the nearly 500 employees at Juvenile Court. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court's 2024-2025 budget. I'm entering my 18th year on the bench in January, and I'm concluding my 9th year as administrative judge. If I've learned anything over the last 9 years, it's that I don't always have the answers. That is why I'm proud and to have with me our court administrator, Mr. Tim McDivitt, Deputy Court Administrator Bridget Gibbons. We have our Director of Fiscal Resources, Robert Watson, and Magistrate Mark Stanton, who I'm sure many of you know from his days as the County Public Defender. Our mission statement at Juvenile Court is to administer justice, rehabilitate juveniles, support and strengthen families, and promote public safety. In order to achieve these goals, the court must have a sufficient operating budget. I would like to thank the county executive, his administration, and this county council for recognizing the need for and including in our proposed budget the addition of 26 detention officers. The need for additional detention officers is reflected in the number of youth that are detained. The average daily population of the detention center, which has a capacity of 180, has increased from 120 in 2021 to 175 just last week. And as such, additional detention officers are needed. Part of the increase is due to the rise in homicides, car thefts, and the court's participation in Operation 216. During the last budget cycle, we were budgeted for 88 detention officers. When the population rose, I authorized the hiring of additional detention officers. We got the number up to 108, but that number 108 includes 45 individuals on FMLA and 6 detention officers out of work because of work-related injuries. The additional 26 detention officers will allow us to decrease overtime, better manage the population, increase safety for staff and residents, and increase training. Just last week, the superintendent of our detention center, Brandon Winarchik, walked into my office and resigned. I said, "Is it because of money?" He said, "No, it's because of the stress of running the largest detention center in the state of Ohio." He left for a job at another detention center where there's 12 detainees. Retention of our employees is a daily battle. We recently concluded a salary study of all employees that was conducted by the National Center for State Courts. We compared salaries for around the state of Ohio and across the country. What we found is that many positions were below what we were paying. We had to complete this study because court-wide, since January of 21, we hired 324 staff, 329 have left. That's more than a 64% turnover. In the detention center alone, we hired 130 staff. However, 117 have left. The number of man-hours involved in hiring these 324 individuals is astronomical. Even with the salary study adjustments, nearly half the members of the clerk's office have a second job. When someone leaves the court, we do an exit interview. The number one reason for leaving Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court is pay. Recruitment at the court is happening every day. We look forward to filling the 26 detention officer positions, and thank you for giving us that opportunity. I had the privilege to work with the most caring, dedicated employees, some of which are mandated to work 16-hour shifts, answer calls in the middle of the night, and they come in on weekends without hesitation. Chairman Miller, the question you asked the other directors, and I've watched the other recordings, is, are you satisfied with the proposed 2024-2025 budget? My response to that anticipated question is no. Chairman Miller, we met on October 6th. You asked what we needed. That was not in the proposed budget. I have 3 issues. The first item that is not in our budget is our anticipated overtime, which is projected to be approximately $5 million. Until we can onboard the 26 detention officers, our overtime will remain high. Overtime is always going to be there, but we hope to significantly reduce the amount by hiring these detention officers. We also restructured the organizational chart, and we feel this will assist in reducing overtime as well. Our second ask is medical care for youth detained in the detention center. Our recent RFP closed with only one respondent, WellPath. Their proposal is requiring us to pay $2,504,103 per year. We're currently budgeted for $2,225,103 per year, leaving a deficit in 2024-2025 of $498,000. That amount cannot be negotiated, will not go away, and will need to be funded. Third is the proposed budget for assigned counsel. Again, Mr. Chairman, when we met on October 6th at county headquarters, you inquired about the difference in the amount allocated for 2024 and 2025, and why there was a reduction of $650,000 for year 2025. My answer is still the same. I don't know. We learned that these dollars were transferred to the budget of the public defender, which was confirmed in a conversation I had last night with the county executive. So if you still need the answer to that question, I would suggest that you ask either Mr. Sweeney or Mr. Ronayne. I would respectfully ask that the Cuyahoga County Court be funded for the projected overtime in the DH, the shortage in budget to pay medical for the youth detained in the DH, and the return of the $650,000 for the assigned counsel, that the court has sufficient funds to pay assigned counsel who have dedicated their careers to helping the children and family that appear in juvenile court and who are vital to the necessary function of the juvenile justice system. I can state that without these items being placed in the Cuyahoga County budget, I will be forced to return, and I find that extremely unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Because of the amount of content presented there, I would ask if you could get that prepared and send to the clerk to be distributed to all the council members.
Certainly.
We would like to have a written record of all the presentations. On the $5 million in overtime, is that an annual amount as opposed to for the 2 years?
That's our anticipated for the year.
For the year, okay, fine. Questions by my colleagues? Councilman Toombs first.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here, Judge. Did you have direct discussions with the executive as to why the 650 was removed for the assigned counsel?
I asked him last night on the telephone if he knew that the 650 had been removed, and he said yes, but I didn't really get an explanation.
Okay, is there anybody, through the chair, is there anybody from the administration here today to answer that? Do you know, Mr. Chairman?
Probably Director Parfiowitz would have some knowledge.
If we could hear from the director, I'd just like to hear the thinking behind that, or what was the thought process on that?
Through the chair to Councilman, I did speak with Walter P.
That's who, yeah.
I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. I have
Parfiowitz.
trouble with it. Okay. No, I'm not the only one. He indicated that it was transferred to the Public Defender's Office under the direction of the county executive because the belief that the Public Defender's Office provides better representation than assigned counsel, has better outcomes.
And did he indicate what that information was based on? Is that an opinion, or is that?
I don't know.
Here, so let's bring him up.
Well, we could hear from Walter, I suppose. Let's hear from Mr. Parfiowitz. Okay.
Walter Parfiowitz from the Office of Budget Management and the Fiscal Office. Through the chair to Councilman Tuma, everything the judge said is correct. The 650 was transferred at the county executive's request. As to justification or the reason, the factors why, I don't know. I don't have that information.
Okay, that'd be something I'd be interested in. I'm sure council would be interested in to hear as to why. It's kind of a big deal, and obviously the administrative judge has an issue with it, so that would be concerning to me as the executive. I'll open the floor to my colleagues.
Okay, so we're going to put this on our list of items that's going to require further research, and next on our list is Councilwoman Conwell.
Thank you.
Followed by Simon and Gallagher.
Through the chair to Administrator Judge, Councilman Tuma asked one of my questions, but how many youth adults 18 and over are in your care currently?
Give me 1 second, I brought that. Youth 18 and over, there's 31.
Okay. Not legal.
30 males, 1 female.
Okay. Are they able to be sent to the adult prison? I don't know how it works.
So the way it works is
I think
that
it's called bind over or something like that.
Yes, the way the bind over system works is years ago, if you were bound over to be tried as an adult, you would be transferred down to the county jail. The law changed, so if you're bound over to be tried as an adult, we keep you in the detention center until your case is concluded downtown or until you reach the age of 21, and then we have to send you downtown.
Does bind overs mean that it has to be a certain offense that they did?
There's a variety of bind overs. I mean, you could have mandatory bind over and there's discretionary bind over. It could be a case where it's a murder homicide, or it could be a case where the individual has had 8, 9 cases and decide to bind him over because the rehabilitation in the juvenile system isn't working.
Okay. And who determines that discretionary? Is it the prosecutor?
It's the judge.
Administrative judge?
No, each judge.
Each judge, okay. And in terms of DCFS, how many children do you have currently in your care? Because I take it you probably need that space.
I believe 12. 12.
Okay, it was 9 last time, so we have 3 more. Okay.
Actually, 13, because I have one today that was on my docket.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Stevens is now present for the record, and Ms. Simon is next.
Thank you. To the administrative judge, I understood you say that you had no conversations other than last night with the executive regarding this unilateral decision to move funds from the juvenile court to the public defender's office, assigned counsel fees, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware at any time that the county executive came to your court to observe how the proceedings around assigned counsel actually work
Not that I'm aware of. He did join us at a judge's meeting.
at a judge's meeting? Were there any complaints made at that time by the executive at this judge's meeting? Any concern around assigned counsel's competency in that realm?
No.
Do you have any concerns about assigned counsel's competency in that realm?
No, I do not.
In fact, these lawyers who are assigned counsel are very familiar with the juvenile court and the proceeding, not only with bindovers, but other issues regarding the juveniles, correct?
That's correct. Under the Ohio Administrative Code section, I think it's 102-1-10, it lays out the qualifications to be on the assigned counsel list in both the general division and in juvenile court. And the public defenders are exempt from those qualifications.
So the public defender's office, if they were to receive these funds, which I hope this body is not going to allow, could not use those anyways because they're assigned counsel fees and those are structured around ORC, how they can be dispensed.
That's my understanding.
So,
That might be above my pay grade, but
okay, well, we'll look at that. I guess Councilman, the chair would like further information, but I'm greatly concerned about fees being transferred without an understanding how they're supposed to be used in consistently with ORC. Have you had complaints from family members, from the bar, from anybody other than today about the competency of the assigned counsel and their dedication to their clients?
no, I haven't.
Does this come as a surprise to you today to hear that this was happening without any consult with you or your fellow judges?
It's surprising, but it was expected. I met with the GCC and they asked if we would commit to assigning 100% of indigent juveniles to the public defender's office. And I indicated to them at that time that that could never happen. There's too many conflicts. The best example, and I'm sure everybody saw it on TV, where the 14 youth were beating up an individual at a gas station. All 14 of them ended up in our detention center, and one of them gets the public defender. We had trouble finding attorneys for the other 13.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all for now.
Councilman Gallagher.
Judge, so the 650, what's left in the kitty for assigned counsel
Approximately 2.4 million
for the rest of the year?
for the year 2025. In year 2024, I have it right here. Give me 1 second. In the year 2024, it's $3,057,249, and then the year 2025, it's $2,407,249.
And the overtime, you had nothing budgeted in overtime?
Correct.
So that's $5 million a year?
Correct.
And the assigned counsel, you had no idea that that money was shifted?
I did not. When I met with Chairman Miller a couple of weeks ago, we noticed it.
Who noticed it?
Court Administrator McDevitt and myself, and brought it to the attention of Chairman Miller. I couldn't explain it.
I don't think anybody can explain it. So I've done 17 budgets, and I've not seen money shifted from one division to another without the knowledge of the individuals in those divisions. So we're in new territory again here. What's your understanding from the executive again as to why this would be?
My understanding is that The belief is that if you are represented by the public defender's office in juvenile court, that you get better representation than if you're assigned an attorney.
Because I know I met with the GCC, who is, they were lobbying for this. And what I told them was that this body and the executive don't get involved in the court's budgets until they present it to the executive, and then we do the process. It seems to me that the executive transferred dollars without anybody's knowledge, or do you know of anybody that knew about this?
No.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to look further into this. This is an anomaly and not a good anomaly, because as I told the people from the GCC, we don't get involved in separately elected individuals' budgets until they're presented to us. We don't shift dollars. It's wrong. It's unacceptable. And it creates walls that we've been trying to take down over all these years. We don't have a representative of the executive, Mr. Chairman. Would you have our staff call upstairs and get somebody down here that can answer
Actually,
this?
already done. I walked back to.
Has that been done?
I walked over to our chief and asked him to make a
Judge,
call.
I apologize for this. This is embarrassing on a very high level. This should not have happened. Should have been discussion within this committee, or at least with the executive and you, which I'm hearing didn't happen. So I can assure you we will pursue this and get an answer as to how indeed this happened, because something here doesn't add up.
Thank you.
Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor, nice seeing you. Just on the same theme, it keeps going. Are you insulted, do you think, a little bit?
Having been on the assigned counsel list for 20 years, I think it's insulting to the practicing bar. The level of, in order to get on our assigned counsel list, you have to have a jury trial, you have to have sat second chair, you've had to have so many trials, and they're experienced. And to just blanketly place the public defender, and I have respect for the public defenders,
he's good.
the attorneys, but to just come up with a plan that says we're just going to appoint them and we're going to take $650,000 of your money away, I'm going to be back here in 2025 because we're going to run out of money. There's just there's no possible way they can do it because the conflicts are just so enormous.
And thank you. Through the chair, just, I should have started with you run a great court, and we never see you. You just do your business over there. And the only other time I saw you was last budget, when we were doing kind of the same thing, but not the same topic. And with our county public defender, he's great too. So my brain's going, why, right? Did our county defender ask for it? I think he would have talked to you about it. Was it a power move by the administration? Did they crumble because people lobbied them? I'm just curious what the answer is going to be. And I'm not going to ask you what you think, but it's just very unfortunate that you have to go through this. And I'm not an expert on public defenders are good, assigned counsel is good. I don't have any familiarity, but seeing you this troubled is concerning to me. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm going to weigh in on this a little bit. We received evidence from Greater Cleveland congregations, and it doesn't deal broadly with the question of whether public defenders or assigned counsel are better. They presented a narrow set of evidence that the juveniles who are represented by the defender's office are less likely to be bound over than those who are represented by the assigned counsel, and that the bind-overs particularly adversely affect the minority community, and the desire was to try to give juveniles the best opportunity to get their case worked out within the juvenile system. But I would add that we should not get overly exercised about this. The executive budget is just a proposal, and the process that we have here is a process where the agencies, the administration, and the council work out these things, and whether this particular transfer is the right way to deal with this situation, and whether it's going to leave a problem in the juvenile court that we have to address. These are the kind of questions that we have to deal with in the coming weeks, and we'll work together and get it worked out. Councilman Sweeney, followed by Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on, if that's the real reason, bindover's been talked about for a long time, and it's a hot topic. And this is absolutely the wrong way to go about doing it, and it seems like an end run, and that irritates me. So whoever's doing the end run needs to be tackled and dealt with. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Councilman Gallagher, followed by Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would disagree with you. I am animated about this. It's his budget, not our budget, and not his budget. And his budget lost $650,000 to somebody's budget out there. He didn't know about it. He knew about it. Somebody out, did the public defender know about this?
I don't know. I've not spoken with him.
Well,
He's here.
Formulate your answers, because this is not good. This is, and let's get off the 650. I got $10 million over 2 years not budgeted for overtime. I got a sheriff that came in here Tuesday that I got to find $50 million because it wasn't budgeted. I'm a little bit animated. This is unacceptable. So, yeah, you know what? Why don't we take a break and get somebody down here that can answer these questions?
I'd like to have a few words before we do that, colleague Gallagher. Mr. Chair?
Ms. Simon.
I agree that there's grounds to be excited about taking an end run, I'll use that football, a surreptitious move to move money from the courts with no knowledge of how the courts operate, no experience in the criminal justice system, taking anecdotal evidence, I believe, that's not applicable to what we do here, and move money to pit this council against GCC, because now we look bad if we question things, right? GCC, that we don't care. Believe you me, we do care. That's what happened here. And where is the executive? Upstairs watching it on live stream? Because there's at least 15 people watching, and I will bet you they're gathered around that conference room upstairs on that side of the hall. So I've never seen an executive not show up at budget hearings, throw a grenade on us, which just happened, and jeopardizes the justice system that we have to oversee. This is not acceptable. It's aberrant, and it's creating a lot of dissent, and I don't like to see this, and I apologize to the administrative judge for being in this position. You have a court to run, and you need the funds to do it. And again, the insult to assigned counsel is reprehensible. These are dedicated attorneys who work in that courthouse, who are familiar with the process, familiar with the law. They're experts, they care. So to undermine that unilaterally without a deep dive into understanding really what goes on there is what's offensive to me. To walk in one judge's meeting and think that this is justification and a conversation with this group here, which I respect. This takes a deep dive, not some just pass of the buck, which is really what happened in a sneaky, awful way that we had to find out through third channels. I don't appreciate it. And when we look deeply in the budget, I'm not used to having to go through a budget and look for things that should be apparent, to find them buried without having any kind of information up front, heads up. So I think we can't move on this. I think we need to look at what the court needs. I understand WellPath is the only responder to that RFP. It's terrible that we need to get more people in there, but this is who we've got. We've got to pay for it. These juveniles need medical care, they need dental care, and if we don't step up to do this, then that's really the problem. So I think we just have to hold this back till we have an explanation from from the executive who put this in front of us.
Okay, thank you. And Vice President Stevens is next, followed by Conwell.
If the administrative staff is around, Mr. Nani, did we get a response? I'd like to have someone come and explain. If not, I'd like to put this on hold.
Joe Nani, County Council. I did reach out to Eric and Brendan, and I have not heard back yet. I told me they would call me back, and I have not.
Well, then why don't we table this and move on and ask the judge, with all due respect, to be willing to come back and visit us again?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair?
We're going to hear from Councilwoman Conwell next.
Through the chair, I just wanted to ask the budget director, was he knowledgeable if the public defender's office needed any additional money in their budget?
Through the chair.
Director
Yes.
Parfiowitz.
Yes, through the chair to Councilwoman Conwell. The public defender did request quite a few items, but this was not one of them.
They didn't ask for it?
I don't believe so.
We're going to hear from him later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have questions?
Scott does.
Director Parfiowitz, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I'm sorry, Councilman Miller, what was the question?
So, we had a question regarding the overtime about the, why it was not included in the budget.
Councilman Miller, just to be clear, we didn't include overtime in anyone's budget except the sheriff. We gave him $6 million for his mandatory or collective bargaining agreement overtime. No one else received overtime in their budgets this year.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Yeah. Again, I'll express my concern about not including overtime in a budget for any department. I don't understand. You can't say you're going to have a balanced budget by just not including things and say, well, we have a balanced budget, we're not including it. If you got to make cuts in other areas, you got to make cuts in other areas that you don't need. Sometimes the household has to tighten the belt. So the administration is going to have to do that because this is like, as Councilman, as our chairman said, this is a process and we go through this process, but we can't do this with every department. We can't redo every department. We've told the sheriff to come back. Now we're telling the juvenile court to come back, and we're on day 3. So I don't know about you, but I'm out of here in January.
Councilman Tuma, historically, we have not budgeted for overtime. These areas, including juvenile court, the sheriff, and some of the HHS divisions, we did budget additional staff to try and offset some of the costs, but we do not. Historically, we've never budgeted for overtime.
So, it's going to be a matter for continuing discussion. Thank you very much. I would share with my colleagues that I've had this discussion with the administration, and my belief is that expenses that can be reasonably anticipated should be budgeted for. So we're gonna have to figure out exactly what that translates into. Does anyone have further questions? Yes. Okay.
What about Where's Doyle, the lawyer?
Okay. Walter, if you could hold on for a minute, Councilman Gallagher has a quick question for you, and then we're going to hear from our Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Off the top of your head, Walter, how much overtime in the county did we spend last year? And I won't hold you to it.
No,
Hit it within 20 million.
yeah, it looks like we'll spend about 20 million on overtime in the sheriff's office, between 4 and 5 in juvenile court.
Overall, everything that we didn't budget for.
I'd say roughly $25-30 million. HHS inclusive.
I got 5 million sitting in front of me and 14 million, what was it, 12 million or 11 million from the sheriff in 1 year. And you're telling me 20 to 30 million is going to do it in the entire county?
Correct.
So why wouldn't we budget for that?
Generally, in these departments, we're budgeting for additional staff.
What's staff?
Through
the chair, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Through the chair, like what's staff?
Hold on. You're done. Okay. Councilman Tuma.
Through the chair, what's staff?
Okay, through the chair to Councilman Tuma, we have 40 corrections officers budgeted. We have 26 detention officers budgeted, in addition to what they currently have on staff. We have 40 social workers budgeted. We also have 40 caseworkers budgeted. In addition, we're up about 300 FTEs between the end of last year and pay 12. And in addition to that, we've added those 4 increments of 40, 40, 40, and 26 for the Judge O'Malley detention officers.
To the chair,
Okay.
on that point.
Hold on. Okay.
Just on that point, through the chair to Walter, are they, when you say 40, 40, 40, are they hired? Are they already in? Or are those just vacancies that we're looking to fill?
These are new positions.
So they're filled with people in them?
No, there's no one in these.
Okay.
I mean, these 40 are budgeted for 2024 and 2025. These are new positions, additional positions. Just want to be clear, 26 detention officers, 40 corrections officers, 40 social workers, and 40 caseworkers.
So in the administration's mind, is it feasible to say that since they've moved the money for positions to be filled, they've decreased the overtime dollars for that department?
Correct.
But in light of the job market and the troubles that we have to hire people, was that a wise decision? And did you have any feedback for them? Because you see the vacancies that we have across the county.
I mean, my response to that is that we are up about 300 staff between the end of last year and what we've budgeted for already. So we've got roughly 270 more staff budgeted that were not budgeted last year. And in addition to that, we have these 4 increments of caseworkers, social workers, detention officers, and correction officers.
I get it. I'm done, Chair, but
Okay.
they're not filled. There's people not
Okay.
in it.
Thank you. So, Chief Janis, did you hear the discussion that we had regarding the assigned counsel?
Mr. Chairman, I heard some of it. Staff brought it to my attention, and the reason for my delay in coming down was I wanted to make sure I gathered as much information as I could, as I'm a little bit new to this conversation.
So my colleagues have raised serious questions about the fact that the executive made a decision to transfer $650,000 approximately in the second year of the juvenile court's budget from the assigned counsel in this budget to the defender's office. And we would like if you can speak on behalf of the administration as to why that was done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do my
Mr.
best.
Janis, for the
Yes.
record, if you could state your name.
Sure. Eric Janis, Chief of Staff. It's my understanding, Mr. Chair, members of council, that the executive and the staff had conversations with Greater Cleveland congregations, and that they had said to the staff and to the executive that they had statistics, and they had shown those that demonstrated that public defenders can provide better representation in many cases than assigned counsel. So the thinking was, as I understand it to be, was that we were going to have we left the budget the way it was in year one of the biennium, and would encourage a conversation and wanted to have a conversation between juvenile court, the public defender, Greater Cleveland congregations, and the executive staff in order to see the best way to do this going forward.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you, I'm going to put it in the most delicate way possible, that action is controversial within the council, and that we're going to have further discussion and careful evaluation as to how we handle this in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I apologize that the conversation was not as clear and the discussion was not as robust as it might have been or should have been. So we will work with all the parties involved going forward, because that's the spirit in which we want to have this conversation.
Okay, my desire is that we do this in a collaborative and inclusive manner, and that we all work together and find a solution that hopefully most of us can feel good about. Ms. Simon.
Mr. Chair, to Chief of Staff, for the executive, are you aware that the staff members who met with, and the executive that met with GCC knew that the assigned counsel fees could not be utilized in the public defender's office prior to this budget landing on our laps?
Mr. Chair, Councilwoman, I do not know the answer to that question one way or the other.
Now, if you were to learn that that was true, that they did know that this couldn't be used for the purpose for which they liked it to be intended, do you believe that perhaps that should have been removed before it got to us?
I'm not going to speculate on what might have happened or if I did know.
Well, who was in that room for the GCC meeting?
I don't know the answer
You
to
said
that
there was
question.
staff.
I'm happy to find it. I'm happy
I'd
to
like
find
to
a
know
council
which
member.
staff were in there that probably knew better.
Let's not talk back one at a time, not back
I'm done.
and forth.
No, I
Okay.
heard the answer, and I
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. We have Councilman Kelly, who has not said much in a while, so I'll go to you first and then back to Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Chief Janis. My concern is that they sent you down here today to try to explain what's going on here, and you were not part of these discussions. You're, as you said yourself, you're new to this. I'm new to this too. So I'd like to know why someone who was not involved in that discussion and knows why this was done is not standing at the podium instead of you.
Mr. Chair, to the council member, I would say two things in response. Number one, I was not part of the initial conversations with the other external partners. However, I was there, fairly new, but was there when we started to have conversations about what to do and the decision to be made here. So I was aware of those. So I was part of that.
Thank you.
Councilman Gallagher.
Yeah, Mr. Janis, I'm sorry that you have to be put in this position.
It's okay.
Although it's your job, and I know you don't know what's going on. But boy, you knew a heck of a lot more than I did about the executive meeting with GCC and decisions being made, an outside lobbying group, which is fine. We all get lobbied for whatever they lobbied me, and that's fine. I gave my opinion on it at the time. But it's nice to know that our county executive bent over backwards for a third-party outside group to screw the juvenile judges of their sworn job to handle their budget. This is very, very bad.
Mr. Chair, to the council member.
Sir, I've been around. Many of us have for a long time. I've never seen anything like this.
Mr. Chair, to the council member, that was not the intent in this discussion, as I understand it, at all.
But you don't know the intent because you weren't there.
I was there for the final discussion on where the line item went. I was not there for the full discussion on the policy. But here's what I will say to you, council member. The intent always was, and if it was not communicated clearly to the judge or anybody else, my apologies, was for us to get everybody around the table next year to, based on the information we heard from another group, based on the information we learned from both the public defender and the courts, come to a common understanding and make the best decision we can. That was the intent and the approach as I understood it for the parts of the conversation that I stood in or sat in on. And it is unfortunate, and I apologize as the chief of staff for the fact that that was not communicated as clearly as it should have been. That was the intent in terms of the way we wanted to work together going forward. It was not to screw anybody's budget, to use the word.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the position that you're in right now. But again, you know more than I do, and that shouldn't be. That should not be, unless other people up here know more than I do, which they could, which would make me even more animated as to why I don't know what's going on. I can't believe we're standing here with the juvenile administrative judge who doesn't know what's going on. I mean, this is unacceptable behavior, and we're all trying to do the right thing. We're trying to help the courts out. We have a history of doing that, and we want to maintain that history of doing it. But we can't do it if there's backdoor dealings, and this is, quite honestly, looks like a backdoor deal.
Mr. Chair, to the council member, may I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
That, I can assure you, however it may appear to you, and I understand that, that was not the intent. The discussion that I was a part of was that we were going to work together as a group to figure out the best solution. And it's our fault that it wasn't communicated clearly.
Thank you, and we need to talk to somebody that was in the room that did this, and until we do, we're not going to really know what happened. And I got a feeling that the more we learn about this, the more upset this panel is going to be.
Ms. Conwell.
I don't want to belabor this. I just have a comment through the chair to Chief Janice. You stated for next year to determine with the juvenile detention center that you would have this conversation. That was your hope and your plan. So it's just a comment. It's nothing for you to comment back, but this is not only happening in this arena, it's also happening in HHS. You know, our minds and what we're used to up here is to make sure that we get whatever two-year budget in front of us as close as possible. Everything, all the expenses that we know, even if we have to guesstimate what those costs are going to be. And across HHS, now the Sheriff's Department, now the courts, and I'm sure we have many more courts to go through today, it's not looking like they did that. So that's how we're going to operate, is to making sure that we put that money in there so we know, so when we're facing budgets next year, it's just an amendment for whatever's needed. So I just wanted to put that on the record, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Turner.
Thank you. Judge, the three items that you mentioned regarding overtime, the medical care, and assigned counsel, would the $650,000 make you whole?
With those three, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's clear that we're going to need a lot more discussion about how this is going to be done in the budget, so we'll be in touch, and we're going to do more work on this. And thank you, Chief, for coming down. We appreciate that. Okay. Next, we're going to go on to domestic relations, and the presentation is going to be by the administrative judge, the Honorable Leslie Ann Calabrese. Welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council President Jones, Chairman Miller, esteemed members of council. I'm Leslie Ann Calabrese. I'm the administrative judge of the Cuyahoga County Domestic Relations Court. And on behalf of the Domestic Relations Court, we will accept the budget for 24 and 25. And I would like Mr. Tuma, my tenure as administrative judge ends in January. So it's been 6 years. So I appreciate the opportunity to appear in front of you. And as a member of the bench, I will always stand by and support the General Division, Juvenile Court, and Probate Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions? You're going to get off easy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay, and next we go on to the Probate Division, the Honorable Anthony J. Russo.
Thank you very much. Council President Jones, Chairman Miller, members of County Council. I'm Judge Anthony Russo, the presiding and administrative judge of the Probate Court since 2009. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the vital services that we provide to the citizens of Cuyahoga County. The Probate Court continues to strive for excellence, serving our citizens with courtesy, competency, and respect, and we're constantly searching for more effective ways to do this. I know you have a long program today, so I'm going to be very short, but since you do fund our budget, I'd like you to know a couple of the programs that we have at the Probate Court. First is the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program. After working in partnership with the Adams Board, we've established the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program to reduce the incidence and duration of inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations, homelessness, and interactions with the criminal justice system for persons with severe mental illness. This program has generally been effective and has been a great success for the participants. Second program we have is the Resource Center. We opened the Court's Resource Center in February of 2019 to assist self-represented parties in dealing with simple estates, guardianships, name changes, and to help them fill out probate forms and procedures. The Resource Center is now staffed 4 days per week with 14 attorneys offering their services 1 day each month. Since the inception of the program, the Resource Center has assisted more than 4,800 individuals, self-represented individuals. Our most important program, recently we've started the Guardian Partners Program. The court currently has over 7,000 adult wards under guardianship in Cuyahoga County. This program was created to ensure that these individuals who are unable to care for themselves due to physical or mental disabilities receive proper care. Social workers have been recruited by the Probate Court to make wellness visits to the adult wards at nursing homes, assisted living facilities, group homes, or private residences. After these visits, a report is filed with the court to ensure that the ward's needs are being met. To date, since approximately a year, we have completed over 2,300 wellness visits with reports filed with the court. Our last program is the Great Estates Program. This is we've recently partnered with the county executive to successfully launch the Great Estates Program. It was designed to help residents avoid unnecessary costs and delays of going through probate court. The program was launched with 3 community events in October of 2023 at libraries in Warrensville Heights, Parma, and Westlake. Due to the high volume of community interest and attendance, future events are in the process of being scheduled, and the court looks forward to participating along with the county executive in these programs. Lastly, regarding the budget, we've consistently been an effective partner with the county in developing our budget. Since 2009, we've always worked within the budget appropriated by council and returned a surplus to the county. We have every expectation to continue to do so. Furthermore, the court expects to generate approximately $1.5 million in filing fees and costs to offset against our budget. At this time, I would respectfully request that you approve the biennial budget of the Probate Court as recommended by the Office of Budget and Management. And on a personal note, I'd like to thank them, in particular, Director Walter P., OBM Manager Tiffany Sebastian, and our budget analyst Mark Campbell for their good service to myself and our staff. And thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much, Judge. Are there any questions for Judge Russo? Ms. Conwell.
Through the chair to Judge, you shared new programs. Are they included in this biennial budget?
They are, most of those programs we fund with our restricted funds, but they are all included in our budget, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Have a good afternoon.
Very much. Hey, we're going to now move on to the Court of Appeals, 8th District, the Honorable Anita Laster Mays.
Good afternoon, Council President Jones, Chairman Miller, and esteemed members of council. On behalf of the 8th District Court of Appeals, I am Anita Laster Mays, the Administrative Judge for year 2023. We rotate every year, our administrative duties. And I would like to also thank the OBM staff of Mark Campbell and Tiffany Sebastian as well for working diligently with our court administrator, Aaron O'Toole, and our HR specialist, Jean Gallagher. Any concerns that we have had throughout the year or any questions, they have answered them immediately, and they meet with us on a quarterly basis to make sure that our numbers are correct. And so I appreciate that. At this time, we accept the budget that has been presented to us, and we want to, again, thank them for their hard work, thank the other administrative judges that we've been working with and meeting with on a regular basis, and again, on behalf of the judges, the other 11 judges, I should say, because there's 12 of us on the 8th District Court of Appeals, we want to thank you all as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would just share for my colleagues that might not know that most of the cost for the 8th District Court of Appeals is paid for by the state, but that there are some elements that are the county's responsibility. Are there any questions for the Honorable Judge Mays? Yes, Councilman Gallagher.
Judge, good seeing you and good meeting you for the first time. You have a good crew there. I worked there, as you know, for many years, and now my sister sits there. But the only concern I have with your court is the presence of Mr. Wright.
I'll make
Would
sure
you
I
tell
let
him that I
him
raised
know.
that objection publicly so I could get his name in the record?
Okay, I
Thank you.
definitely will.
Thank
you.
Okay, anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And next on our agenda is the office of the prosecuting attorney, the Honorable Michael C. O'Malley.
Thank you, Councilman Miller. County Council, I'd just like to thank my fiscal staff, Jim Ginley, Fran McEntee, as well as Tiffany from OBM for their hard work on our budget. This time, we're supportive of the proposed budget by the executive. I do want to point out, much as I did in my letter of several months ago, that there continues to be a discrepancy amongst upper-level executive staff and the staff within my office. And I think as that gap continues to widen, it will become more and more of an issue. And I think it was really highlighted this several months ago when the Sheriff's Department tried to steal one of my HR, well, in fact, my only HR person, with a $30,000 increase, which then forced me to match it. And it's that type of problems that we suffer when my upper-level staff is paid significantly less than those in other county offices. Thank you.
Any questions for the prosecutor? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, I had a
Oh,
question.
hold on. You almost got off, but we
Yes.
have Vice President Stevens.
So is there a solution to this problem that you just presented? Is there a way to negotiate so that county staff are paid comparably, no matter which elected official they work for?
Well, I think that's something that perhaps the county council staff, the executive staff, and my staff can get together. I highlighted in my letter of several months ago some of the obvious discrepancies, but my goal is when I get my budget is to try to certainly bring my staff who are making less, especially in these tough economic times. You know, I alternate between a percentage increase amongst my staff and then an even number staff. And then an even number. So one year we may get 2%, and then the next year everybody gets the same amount, whether you're my chief of staff or you're a intake officer. I divide the money in the second year, so everybody may get 2,000 instead of 2%. So I can try to bring the people on the bottom up, because my people on the bottom, especially when our inflation rate is what it is, are struggling. So I may, it may cause some ire with my upper level staff, but at the same time, I feel a need to bring the people on the bottom up.
So we need to have, we as an organization need to have conversations among the people who do the budget and make the decisions about compensation ranges.
Yeah, as well as poaching.
I can't deal on the poaching, but there'll always be somebody who is envious of you and a good staff member. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. And next, as promised, we have the Public Defender Commission. The presenter will be the Chief Public Defender, Cullen Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, President Jones, Vice President Stevens, County Council. I'm Cullen Sweeney. I'm the Chief Public Defender in Cuyahoga County. I'm here presenting on behalf of our 5-member Public Defender Commission. I do actually have a slide show. I guess I'm the only one that wasn't told I didn't need one. And so I do want to focus in a minute on the things that I'm asking this council for to consider that are not in the executive recommended budget. But I know I'm a good enough attorney to recognize when decision makers have something else on their mind. And so I want to start by addressing some of the questions that I heard related to the appointed counsel fees in juvenile court. I want to start by saying that I have a tremendous amount of respect for Judge O'Malley and also that, and all the judges of juvenile court, and also for assigned counsel. It is difficult to be in a position. We have a hybrid representation system where assigned counsel and the public defender both provide representation. It's a necessary system because of conflicts, and I think it makes our defense system stronger. And so I just wanted to say that because I think it's important. With respect to the assignment of cases in juvenile court, I will say and go back to some time ago in 2022. I did approach Judge O'Malley in a letter totally unrelated to the budget to ask the consideration of the court to increase the number of assignments that we get from juvenile court. We were not getting assignments reliably. Some judges were giving us a lot of assignments, some were not. And we specifically asked in that letter for 100% of the bind over, minus conflicts, of course, just the kids in the DH, which is a smaller number, and then 50% of the other cases. At that time, Judge O'Malley took it before his colleagues, and they decided to come up with a system that was somewhat similar to the common pleas system, and they were giving us 40% of the assignments. And so we were getting probably closer to 30%. We're not quite up to 40% yet. I was looking at our statistics this year, but it's into the 35% range. With that said, I have made clear to Judge O'Malley that that is something that we would like to do, is increase our assignments of bind over kids. At the same time, we did not include a request to the county executive to fund additional positions related to that, because in my view, there is a two-step process. One is the judges are the ones that decide the assignments. And so we need the judges, and it's up to them. They may ultimately decide they keep it the way it is. And if that's the case, then we don't have a need to go to the county executive or county council to ask for more money. So I view that as step one. Step two would be, okay, if the court wanted to do that, then there would be a need to reallocate some funding to address that. So when I presented my budget to the county executive staff, it was something that our Public Defender Commission reviews and votes on. We presented several requests that we felt we needed for current operations, which weren't funded, which I do recommended for funding, which I do intend to address. But there was nothing about that additional increase related to juvenile court. We are asking for 2 juvenile attorneys, but that's related to current. When I found out, the first time I realized that there might have been a shift in funding was I was watching the county executive's opening presentation, and he indicated in there that he had given more money to the juvenile, for public defenders in juvenile court. And I did not obviously know that was the case. So I actually sent an email to Walter Parfowich and said, well, we made several requests, but none of them were funded. So I was confused. And eventually we talked, and he explained that is what happened. When we saw in our budget, there was a $650,000 line item in appointed counsel. Well, that's not a line item that we use. When we first checked on it, it was indicated that maybe it was just an errant, it was errantly placed there in that item. But, so that's what we cleared up. I mean, I guess it was cleared up to understand how it happened. I did talk to the county executive about it, as well as our requests that were unfunded. And his position, he explained essentially what you heard from, I think, the chief of staff, was that there was a discussion with GCC, that they had been asking for that they envisioned that as a process. That's the reason they put it in the 2025 budget. But there were no prior conversations with me prior to that happening, and it sounds like not with Judge O'Malley either. And with that said, after I found out, I did reach out to the juvenile court. We haven't had a chance to talk yet, but that's basically where it stands. So I don't know if, before I get into the rest of my presentation, I'm sure there's some questions on this subject.
Let's complete your presentation and then
Mr. Chair, I'd like the opportunity to follow up on this before we start to get, this is an important topic that I think I would like to ask questions about before we get in the weeds about the further request. So given what you said, Public Defender, that you understand that there's, this is a discussion and should be between you and Judge O'Malley about how the cases are assigned. Are you willing to stand here in front of us today and just outright reject this unilateral transfer by the executive to the 2025 budget for assigned counsel fees and have that remain with the juvenile court?
Yeah, in answer to your question, what I would say is I appreciate the county executive's support of our office, but I do think, and I expressed this to him personally, that it was premature to make a funding decision before there were decisions about the allocation of cases. So I know that sounded like a lawyer answer, but in answer to your question, as things stand now, we don't need that $650,000.
Okay, so counsel.
I mean, we do need it, but elsewhere.
I understand you have other requests, and that should have been the discussion, right? So I'm going to just take note and have my colleagues for the record understand that this will come out from the public defender doesn't want it, and this is between the courts, and it should be. To pit again, it's just inappropriate for us to be doing that. And in your office, you steadfastly say that you did not have any requests for this money, that you didn't have discussions about assigned counsel fees, that you didn't know about this, and you stand here before us today stating that.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have discussions with GCC about this?
Yeah, well, what I would say is we have worked with GCC, and I do want to emphasize that I do think the GCC as an organization is raising important issues. They have similar goals to our office in terms of reducing the number or eliminating bindovers. And so we've met with them many times. We've had informational sessions. We've done trainings with them. They at one point did ask us for information on how much it would cost if we took a larger share of the cases, and we provided them that information, not in the context, it was actually over the summer, not in the context of a budget discussion, but to give them a sense of, because most other public defender offices do handle a much larger share of the juvenile court cases, and so we were able to draw upon our colleagues in Hamilton and Franklin County, and their assessment was, the way it works in those counties is they do get 100% of the cases, and then they get off the conflict cases. They end up with about 75% roughly, and that was the information that we provided to the GCC. And we continued to meet with them and talk about juvenile justice issues. So yeah, we are engaged with them. But as far as saying to to anybody that we want you to go to the county executive and advocate on a specific budget item on our behalf, no, that I did not do that.
Thank you.
So we're going to certainly take this matter under advisement. Councilman Gallagher.
So here in front of God and country, your sworn testimony is you knew about this 650 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we figured it out after the county executive made that representation, yes.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay, please continue with your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and opportunity here. I too want to thank the county executive's budget staff who were tremendously helpful in this process. And I don't know if Andrea, can you put up the presentation? And then is this a clicker? Do I just click through?
Yes, you click the red button. I'm sorry, the green button to advance and the red to go back.
Okay, so just, I'm going to big picture it right at the beginning, which is that, and for those of you that maybe know, maybe don't know, we're a non-executive commissioned agency. We have a 5-member public defender commission that oversees our office. And in terms, one of their primary roles is in making recommendations related to the budget. They have an independent obligation under the Ohio Administrative Code. And so we work with them to develop our budget and to identify the things that we think our office needs. And so we submitted budget requests to the county executive's office in August, and then we had our meeting with them to discuss that. And ultimately, they did not recommend any of the things, additional things we were asking for. And so we have further winnowed our requests to our most essential needs for this body to consider. And we did follow up with a letter to each of you to kind of, as Councilman Miller had asked, to really break down what it is we're asking for and why. And I'm going to talk about that briefly today. But ultimately, the investment in our office, because there is 85% of it is reimbursed by the state of Ohio, means that $1 invested in the public defender's office goes a long way. And so while the requests in total, we're asking for an increase to our general fund of about $1.1 million, the actual cost to the county after reimbursement will be about $180,000 annually. I don't know why it's not. Do I have to point at it? Oh, there we go. Okay. So one thing I just wanted to highlight at the beginning is this issue regarding reimbursement. The state reimburses indigent defense spending at some percentage, and historically those rates have been closer to 40 to 45%. Recently, their commitment has been much more significant. For the next biennial budget for the state of Ohio, we're looking at a reimbursement rate right now projected at 85%. And what does that mean for the county? Well, it means that the county's cost of funding our office has actually decreased in actual dollars. So, for instance, in 2018, as you can see there, the county was basically paying, after reimbursement, about $7 million towards our general fund budget. And in 2022, that number had gone down to $1.5 million. And so that, I think, is just an important consideration. Obviously, independently have to consider whether or not increases to our budget make sense. But I do think it's important to emphasize that the cost to the county will be less. So the county executive made their recommended budget, which you received. And this is just a comparison of what we're asking for and what the difference would be between the two budgets. So this is the total amount, and I'll go into what we're asking for in a minute. And so as you can see, in 2024, they're recommending about a budget of $17.8 million for the general fund, and we're asking for just over $19 million. But that small line there, the small greenish line, is the one that at some level is most critical to this council in terms of what it would cost. And that shows that the difference in cost to the county actually only increases by about $180,000. So what is it we're asking for? Well, first of all, our most critical need is new computers. So our computers are out of date. They are out of warranty. Many are suffering from operational deficiencies. In the next budget cycle, we'll be looking at computers that basically most of the computers in our office will be out of warranty and 5 to 7 years old as well. And so we've sort of piecemeal replaced a few of them over the course of the last couple of years, but we're asking the county to consider a computer refresh, which I think is consistent with other county practices. And as you can see, on an annual basis, that would be about $150,000. So while, it's not, and the cost to the county would be $22,000. Computers are ubiquitous in the practice of everyday life, but certainly for lawyers who take them to jail, take them across the street. And so we would ask that you consider funding that. I'm going to skip the next one real quickly and go to litigation resources. One thing we have seen in recent years is an increase in expert expenses. As cases have gotten more complex, there's been more forensic science issues. We do see a need to increase our budget by about $50,000 for that. And then the next line item is existing personnel costs. So I did watch a little bit of the sheriff's presentation, so I know there was some misalignment there and a discussion about that. But we assessed if we didn't hire another person going into next year, that our personnel costs would be about $535,000 more than what is budgeted by the executive. And the reason for that, I can only speculate, but I think part of it is when they took the snapshot, whether we had a full staff at that exact moment in time, and there was a subsequent parity adjustment that was a CBA that required adjustment that increased our personnel costs. So we don't want to go into 2024 and 2025 already in the red, so we think it's important that it be funded at the level of our existing staffing. We also are asking this council to consider, and we had asked the county executive to, the fund 4 additional positions, well, really 3.5. One is a vertical defender position, and that is an attorney. Last budget cycle, the county funded a vertical defender. And what that person does is they represent the individual who's charged in juvenile court throughout that entire process in collaboration with an investigator, a paralegal, and a social worker. And if that case ends up hopefully it doesn't get bound over, that's obviously our goal. initially, but if it does, then that person follows the case downtown. So it's the same attorney. It saves time. I think it results in good outcomes, and it's actually considered best practice. And we did a pilot project with just one attorney, and the success was sort of as we anticipated. It has gone really well. So about, as you can see from this slide, about 90% of kids that were discretionary bindovers were filed, were kept in juvenile court. And even roughly 45% of those with mandatory bindovers were kept in juvenile court. And I think a big reason for that is the role that mitigation and social workers play in these cases. When the county prosecutor files the original charges, they know very little about the individual circumstances of the kid. And so we spend a lot of time sort of developing that background and then meeting with the county prosecutor, making our pitch for why we think this kid can be rehabilitated in juvenile court. And they have been responsive to those arguments, but I think it's important to develop the argument. So one of the positions we're asking for is to have a second attorney that would be doing that kind of work. We also have a new program that was started by a grant through a 5-year grant with the Ohio Supreme Court, which I think is actually pretty exciting and is leading to really good results. It's called the FIRST program. It's a collaboration with the county prosecutor and DCFS, where we get early referrals of children and family services cases to our office, and even before a formal filing. And we have the opportunity to represent with a parent advocate and a social worker and an attorney, and advocate for and try to meet the needs of the family to prevent any formal filing or any removal of the kids. And these are non-emergency filings, so not cases where there's an immediate need. And what we found is there's been a great deal of success. So 71% of these cases that were referred to us at this early stage were closed as successful, and about 50% of the families never got a formal filing. So this is obviously keeping families together when it's possible, and it saves resources obviously for the county too, because you don't need to to put them into foster care. And so with this additional program, we have a part-time attorney who's going to be retiring. We want to replace them with a full-time attorney. So that is 2 of the positions that we are asking for. The next one is what we're referring to as a community engagement attorney. One of the things that we found as a institutional defense organization is the community is regularly asking for us to engage in events, both to provide general criminal advice, to assist with removing warrants, to address the collateral consequences of convictions, so like driver's license clinics, expungement clinics. And we don't have any staff that's dedicated to do that. So it's basically all of our staff that have their own caseload. They have to be in court, are running around trying to address what is a real community need. We just actually had an event out at Tri-C on Tuesday with a bunch of attorneys. So what we would like to see is to fund a position that would be a community engagement attorney position that would be able to coordinate in a more structured and impactful way our engagement and support of the community. And criminal legal issues that they see. The last position that we were asking for is another social worker position. As I had talked about earlier in the context of bindovers, again, the holistic defense practice and the use of mitigation has become increasingly important, both to increase pretrial release, to reduce the likelihood of somebody going to jail, to go to prison, to shorten the sentences, and social workers play a huge role in that. And as we see more serious cases being filed, their workload has substantially increased. And so we're asking for one additional social worker to provide that support for what is about 43 felony attorneys and about 18 municipal attorneys. Right now, we only have a handful of social workers that do that work, and so we see the need for another one. So all told, these increases that we're asking the council to consider that we had presented to the executive and we think are worth serious consideration would increase our general fund budget by about 1.1 million. But the actual cost to the county would be substantially lower because of the reimbursement rate. And I think the payout in terms of representation and support and in the community would be substantial. So if anyone has any questions about any of those specific requests or really anything about the Public Defender's Office, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and I do commend you for putting together a formal presentation and distributing that to all of us. It's very helpful. And my first question is, how long does it typically take to get the reimbursement?
Well, so the reimbursement, the way that it operates is it's monthly. So we submit, so the fiscal department submits a bill, and I think it comes back reimbursed maybe there's about a 2-month lag. Mark Buds, our office administrator, is here, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong about that. 2 months?
Mark Buds, our office administrator for the public defender. It fluctuates, and I don't want to pass this off, but Mike Chambers, the fiscal director, could answer this better than I could. But it does take months because they're coming in from all over the state, and once those are all compiled, they send the reimbursement, they redistribute them. So it takes months, for several months sometimes.
Okay, thank you. And the computer refresh program, is this intended to be an ongoing program of roughly the same amount year after year so that you have an ongoing program of upgrading the computers?
So what we were proposing is doing a sort of total refresh over a 2-year period. So the amount that's allocated in 2024 is the same as in 2025, and it would substantially refresh our computers. And then we would be good to go for, probably 3 to 5 years after that.
Okay, thank you. Questions by my colleagues?
One.
Ms. Conwell.
Just a confirmation. So you, through the chair to Mr. Sweeney, you mentioned 1.1. Is that for the biennial budget or for each year?
It's for each year. So for the general fund for each year, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sweeney. Supposed to say Mr. Sweeney.
Mr. Sweeney, yes.
Very much.
Yes, I'm sorry. We didn't practice that well in advance.
We didn't practice that at all. I'm sorry for the distraction. You run a great operation, and you should be applauded for it. You came with some real substantive requests to help run your operation, and I hope you don't get caught up in this diversion that is very serious, but I don't think your role was nothing more than a casualty of this. So to my colleagues, I just want to throw that out as your presentation was professional, and we'll do our due diligence to try to help you as much as we can.
Okay.
I really appreciate that. And I look forward to working with Judge O'Malley, and I know we share the goal of providing quality representation for our kids in juvenile court.
So I'd like to also thank you for a fine presentation and representation of the indigent is a very important role. It's a constitutional right, and we're going to seriously consider what you've requested, and thank you for coming in.
I very much appreciate that, and if there's any follow-up questions, we'd be happy to answer them as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are now going to take a short break, and we will come back at 5 minutes after 3. We're halfway done. We've done 7 and 7 to go. The, yeah. Must have. The Cuyahoga County Council Committee of the Whole budget hearing will please come back to order. We'll take just a moment for the members to get back to their seats. And I'm going to call up the next witness representing the Department of Human Resources and Benefits is our newly installed director, Sarah Nemastil. Welcome to the committee for your first budget hearing.
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, members of council. Okay. So I'm Sarah Nemastil on behalf of the Department of Human Resources. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present the proposed 2024-2025 budget for HR. I'm here today with several of my colleagues, including Director of Employee Services, Pat Smock, our Director of Organizational Employee Development, Dr. Alita Moonen, and our Business Services Manager, Stephen Witt. So I'm just going to begin with an overview of our 2024-2025 budget. In summary, we are looking at a $121 million budget for both years. Personnel costs account for approximately 4.5% of our budget. The remaining 95.5% includes other expenditures supported by the general fund, as well as internal service accounts for our benefits and workers' compensation programs. In terms of the expenses supported by the general fund, those are allocated to 2 accounting units, and they include personnel expenses as well as other expenditures for our contracts for services as well as non-contractual services, drug testing, pre-employment background checks, consulting for position audits, temporary employment services, funding for advertising, as well as training licenses and memberships, operational costs, our supplies, space maintenance, printing, etc., and funding for our tuition reimbursement program. I'll give a more detailed update on that later in the presentation. We also have our RTA subsidy supported by the general fund, and the remaining expenses in our budget are tied to our self-insurance, hospitalization, benefits, and wellness funds, as well as our workers' compensation funds. We fund our medical and prescription drug benefit programs, as well as our ancillary benefit and wellness programs through these funds. These are funded by employee deductions and department chargebacks for our benefit programs. Our budget for the self-insurance fund and wellness fund includes personnel expenses and expenses to administer the benefits. In terms of workers' compensation, these funds stem from periodic department chargebacks and include both personnel and other expenditures to support administration of our workers' compensation program. It includes personnel expenditures and expenses and expenditures to run the program again and pay the claims as well. In terms of personnel, not inclusive of the HHS HR positions, we have over 50 positions currently filled that are primarily tied to the general fund. HR is a multidisciplinary field, and we have employees working in several different areas within HR. Some perform general day-to-day HR functions like leave processing, discipline administration, responding to employee requests, payroll, talent acquisition, employee and labor relations, workers' compensation, health and safety, benefits, organizational and employee development, as well as our HRIS services. We currently have 3 vacancies. 2 are director level positions, Director of Employee and Labor Relations, as well as the Director of Talent Acquisition. And we have a vacancy for an HR associate in our workers' compensation division. The director positions are critical positions within our department. The Director of Employee and Labor Relations will be charged with implementing and delivering our overall collective bargaining strategy, and the Director of Talent Acquisition will play a critical role in reviewing the structure of our talent acquisition team, our processes, and working with leadership to establish recruitment plans tailored to the respective needs of the hiring agencies and our DEI initiatives. For example, I will task the director with making sure our recruitment plans include all cross-sections of the community, building partnerships with stakeholders, making sure we are identifying, the talent pools we want to pull from, people who are right for the job, regularly reviewing the effectiveness of the strategy, as well as our hiring and onboarding procedures to make sure they're not creating unnecessary obstacles or equity barriers for candidates, as well as making sure that our advertising reaches cross-cultural audiences. Next are our benefit funds. So our self-insurance hospitalization fund funds a variety of services, including our health care and prescription drug coverage for county employees, stop-loss coverage, our employee assistance program, our benefits selection tool, which is the ALEX tool. Personnel, we have 7 employees tied to our benefits fund, as well as our benefit support contracts, as of today, we have 12,081 lives insured on our medical plans in 4 different plans. The most popular is the PPO plan through Medical Mutual, which includes coverage for out-of-network providers. And the second most popular is our Metro Select plan. As an internal service account, again, the self-insurance fund is supported by deductions and department charges via a composite rate. We also have the regular insurance fund, which includes our dental, vision, and AFSCME union care benefits. These benefits we are charged by premiums from the insurers for these benefits, not claims. It's based on the number of employees. We also have our life insurance account. The county's portion is only the $30,000 basic life and accidental dismemberment and disability insurance. The voluntary life is paid entirely by employee deductions. Self-insurance fund for Board of Developmental Disability employees. We are fully reimbursed for this by the BODD. The BODD pays an administrative fee to the county of $4 per employee per month. We also have our wellness program, and this accounting unit includes personnel expenses for 1 full-time employee, our wellness coordinator. It also includes funding for the wellness incentive payment, the $500 that's paid to employees who successfully complete the prior year's program, as well as our biometric screening and flu shot clinics and wellness operations. We also have some funding for this budget cycle for some new initiatives. We have additional incentive items such as Fitbits, water bottles, and other appropriate items to provide to employees to encourage them to participate in the program. Funds for potential wellness center build out within the administration building here in the basement. It's currently being evaluated by Public Works and GEIS. And also, we are looking to restructure the program a bit too in terms of how the incentive would be paid as more of a tiered approach as opposed to all or nothing. And in terms of our tuition reimbursement program and our new initiatives, so the tuition reimbursement program was adopted in 2022. Our goal for this budget cycle is to increase utilization of the program by doing a better job communicating about the program to employees and engaging with the partnering institutions so our employees understand the programs and the options available to them. We also received funding for a text analyzer software, which is a DE&I initiative, which was actually first broached by Director Kopczynski from the PRC. She approached Director Lockett and I to see if we were interested in jointly pursuing the use of a text analyzer software for county documents related to hiring, onboarding, or procurement. This software program will review our job postings and position descriptions to make sure they have inclusive language and do not play into unconscious biases or discourage diverse applicants. For example, I read that Women tend to apply for jobs for which they meet 100% of the qualifications, whereas men will tend to apply if they only meet 60%. So this software will, analyze our postings, our classifications, and other documents that we use to make sure that they're inclusive and won't turn away potential applicants. We also receive funding for an HR consultant. This would be a new service. The final costs will be determined after a competitive solicitation. We see the consultant serving as a resource to HR staff for routine HR questions, and also helping us utilize and develop compensation philosophy and policies moving forward. So really revamping the compensation provisions of the employee handbook and figuring out how we apply compensation moving forward. We also have funding for some memberships, and again, the additional incentives for wellness. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And are there any questions for Director Nemisto?
A couple. Through the chair to Director Nemisto, you said the tuition reimbursement program was adopted in 2022. Do you remember that month?
I want to say it was the fall of 22. I know the ordinance had a 2022 number, but I don't know for certain.
Okay.
Oh, wait, it was ordinance 2022-0003, signed May.
May, okay. Thank you for that. And then my other question on, I guess, your 2024-2025 HR budget snapshot. Your personnel cost in from 2024 to 2025 increased slightly, but I don't understand in the self-insurance hospitalization benefits, they actually went down. So can you explain, the cost went down instead of up. So could you explain that a little bit?
For personnel costs, or?
Well, the personnel cost went up, but I thought that the personnel cost is kind of connected to, possibly to the self-insurance, to the benefits.
Part of it is.
Okay.
So seven full-time employees come out of the self-insurance fund, but the majority of our FTEs come out of the general fund. But this top summary is basically, all of those is basically the fund, all the expenditures in the fund added together, divided into two parts, personnel and other. So those personnel expenses include, in the first block, your general fund, your self-insurance fund, and the workers' compensation fund.
Okay, but in 2025, it wouldn't?
No, it does.
Okay, it does. Okay. Wow.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilman Sweeney. Ms. Simons first.
Sure, thank you. To the director about the subsidy to our employees for the RTA subsidy, how do you market that?
So the RTA subsidy, one of the things we have done in terms of marketing is, I know we've talked about, and I don't know if this has been incorporated yet into our onboarding process, but educating our new employees as they come in about public transportation and how you can utilize it, and that you can use public transportation to get to work for $19 a month as a county employee. And I think we also have some advertising on the Infor page as well.
Do you use the communications department to regularly transmit this messaging?
To be honest, I don't know if that is regularly communicated through communications. No, but we can. But we can certainly do that, yes.
Sure. If you can increase that, it's a great program.
Yeah, we had a few months back, a great conversation. This is Alita Moonen. She is our new Director of Organizational and Employee Development with Director Foley and his team about, engaging employees more on sustainability in the transit side, especially as we're having a lot of parking issues for employees who work, at the Justice Center, about the $19 bus pass and just general education on how to take the bus, what stops might be around the buildings you work at, and whatnot.
So just to follow up, don't we have somebody, Annie, who's in charge of transportation?
Yes, Annie, I believe they were going to get Annie engaged on that as well, but she's currently on leave.
Oh, okay. Okay, that would make sense.
Councilman Sweeney.
Turn my microphone on
Councilman.
before I get yelled at. You always have two people behind you, man. It's intimidating.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just kidding.
it's the muscle.
Muscle, I mean, that's what they come up when I start talking because of yesterday. No, I'm just kidding. Kind of a benefit wonk, right? We have great benefits.
We do.
We're privileged to have the benefits we have as our coworkers, and I share. Just a couple of them, the dependent care account and the medical reimbursable account. They're great. I think they're underutilized. And we have open enrollment now, as we were talking about, using our communication tools. I'd love to just hammer it, because if you have daycare expenses, absolutely you should be using this. There's zero chance of losing any, a 2% chance of losing any money. And on the medical reimbursable, I still, through the chair, think people are afraid, even though we have the $500 rollover, and they could, budget under what they would anticipate. But if they have fixed medical expenses or at medical out of pocket, they should be led by their hand saying, it's going to be okay. Maybe if you have 1,000 a year, maybe put 500 in, and we'll show you how to fill out the paperwork. So I'm just throwing that out as a plus, and just because it's right now is the time. You have a comment on that?
So I will say that Adrienne Nickerson, who is our senior benefits manager, has done a great job, I think, promoting open enrollment this year. And she sort of reinstituted what has been referred to as the road shows, where she's gone out to the various county agencies, the court, and had our vendors there as well to speak directly with the employees, educate them about the benefit programs, which is something I believe we used to do but kind of got away from during COVID. So,
No, she's a rock star.
she is. She's wonderful. And, she's done a great job of promoting that this year. And we're really trying to promote open enrollment. She just,
Open enrollment is getting knocked out of the park right now.
Yeah,
Every
she
time I turn around,
blasted-
it's going on my phone, I get the hard copies, but just a super subset
the FSA. Yeah.
of that, what I call it, medical and dependent care accounts, that, I don't know if we can do a search on who has kids. I mean, it's important, but it's all private stuff, who has children, who has medical out of pockets. But that's me doing my normal, trying to push things out and being overly annoying to you, so I apologize for that.
We can certainly look into that.
And through the chair, just another small annoyance is the previous administration's change to the wellness program in regards to earning your $1,000. Before the change, it used to be, if you do so much, you might get $50. If you do a little bit more, you get $100. If you do it all, you get $1,000. But now, the current policy is you have to do everything to get the 500 or 1,000, I'm not sure what it is. And if they work so hard and they don't get there, they get nothing. Through the chair, can you tell me if there's any change going to be in this particular administration?
So it's a $500 incentive payment if you meet the program's goal for the prior year. And one of the things we are looking to do for next year is change the program so it's more of a tiered incentive payment, like you mentioned. So it's not all or nothing. Because the last thing we want to do is discourage people from, potentially paying a copay to get some sort of preventative care, their biometric screening or a flu shot, because they're not going to get the $500 or they feel like they won't achieve the incentive. But, looking at making it more achievable, and also to encourage participation and improve engagement and morale, amongst the employees, to make wellness a great thing amongst the organization, as opposed to just, I have to do this and I'll get my $500.
I'm going to applaud you. And is there any metric that says when it was a tiered approach, it was X amount of employees, when it was an all or nothing? Maybe get back to me on this one.
So I think since I've been here, it'll be 5 years in December. It's always been the $500 since I've been here. But I think the plan sort of changes every year and what the requirements are.
I was just talking about through the chat. I mean, I did mean to interrupt you, and I apologize for it. Is the participation level when it was a tiered? Was there more people participating? Was there a drop off when it was an all or nothing?
I'm not aware of it ever being a tier, and I don't have that data, but I know, last year we had only about 1,500 employees receive the incentive in 2023 for successful participation in 2022. So we could definitely, increase that number. We have 2,200 employees enrolled for this year.
Perfect.
But again, it's an all or nothing incentive structure for this year, so I'm looking to change that up in 2024.
Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, thank you for your deference to my questions, and I applaud you once again. And Adrian is a rock star, just for the record.
So, Director, how many did you say were enrolled for this year?
2,200.
2,200, okay. I have one question for you, which is, are we close now to having an internally equitable compensation system where people are paid the same for a similar level of work, or do we still have a considerable ways to go to get to that point?
I will say, I don't know if I will say it's a considerable ways to go, but we definitely have ways to go and we need to look into it. So we just finished the organizational assessment with Ernst & Young. And, a recommendation that came out of that was to, look at our compensation structure. But it's something that I've been talking about with, with my boss and the administration. Our current pay structure, it doesn't have a lot of substance to it, I don't think. And I also don't think people understand why they're paid what they're paid as opposed to other people. So one of the things, I asked for funding for in this budget is for the consultant to take a look at our compensation structure for, this biennial budget. And also, not just, with the Archer study we did last year, that was looking at, I think, the pay grades compared to the market rate, but there wasn't a study for internal equity. So I think, as we change our program and philosophy, we also need to do what we can to make it right before we move in another direction.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next on our agenda is the Director of the Cuyahoga County Personnel Review Commission, Rebecca Kopczynski.
You turn your mic. Is the microphone on? It should be lit green.
Okay, it is now.
Thank you.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. And just to be clear, I'm pressing the green button here.
The green button to advance and the red button to go back. And then to state your name for the record.
Sure. Rebecca Kopczynski today for the Personnel Review Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and talk with you about our budget. I'm going to spend just a couple minutes talking about our agency, and then I'll move into a discussion about the county executive's recommended budget for us. First of all, as you know, the PRC was established in 2011, and our general responsibility under the charter is to ensure an employment system that is based on merit and fitness. But our other duties are also quite clearly defined in the county charter. We are responsible for conducting civil service testing. We administer the class and comp systems for the non-bargaining classified employees. We conduct audits and provide reports and make recommendations on the county's compliance with local, state, and federal laws pertaining to personnel matters. And we hear appeals from certain, on certain employment actions from the classified service. We do have 3 initiatives that are underway at the PRC that are very closely aligned with the county's DEI objectives. The PRC essentially serves as a gatekeeper to county employment for the classified position. So our goal is to ensure that we are not employing any unnecessary barriers to employment in those processes. So by establishing minimum qualifications, defining job requirements, and screening applicants for qualifications, we know that we have the ability to keep people out of the employment process. So it's very important to us that we make sure that we're doing it right. So the 3 initiatives that we have underway currently are, the first is we're validating driver's license requirements. About 30% of our jobs require driver's license requirements, and we wanted to make sure that those were actually needed. We also have a number of our jobs.
Can you hold on just a minute?
I can.
The slides are not advancing.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Here we are. Got it. I'm doing mine here, but yes. And following that, we just finished that project, and following that, we are working on validating the certification requirements on our classified jobs. We're also collaborating with Human Resources to post equivalency statements in our job postings now. Rather than simply putting the minimum requirements in our job postings, we're now including any combination of education and experience which has been deemed to provide the required knowledge, skills, and abilities for that job. So applicants can see that if they don't have the specific degree and experience requirements, that maybe they meet the other qualifications that are deemed equitable. And lastly, we are pursuing with HR these text analyzer services to reduce unconscious bias in our job documents. I'd like to talk just for a minute about our budget. This chart reflects the PRC's current budget along with the county executive's recommended budget for our agency for the next 2 years. This is based on our current staffing level of 19 full-time employees, a part-time hearing officer, and the stipends for our commissioners. As you can see, for 24 and 25, the county executive has recommended a budget for us that is slightly lower than our current budget. It's about 3.6% lower overall. And while you can see the proposed costs for salaries and benefits reflects the 5% increase that they're pretty much doing with everybody across the board, where you see the reduction here is in our other expenses line. This allocation is for office supplies, printing, mailroom chargebacks, things like that. But the 2 biggest items in that account there are our security costs at West Shore, the corrections officers that we have out front, and the space maintenance chargeback for West Shore and our rent costs. So those are some things we don't necessarily have control over. I do believe that, we can live with this part of the budget. I think we'll have to wait and see how it goes. We don't have any control over what the costs are for security at our building and things like that. And we won't know until we get much further in the year. But I do think we will be able to manage. But I would like to move on to 2 additional requests that we have for funding. The first one is an additional full-time professional to assist in our compliance auditing function. In addition, we're asking for the ability to continue funding for our remote testing and proctoring, and I'll talk a little bit more about each one of those in a second. The reason we're asking for an additional person in our compliance audit function is because we have one person right now, our manager of compliance auditing, our staff attorney, who is responsible for this part of our work. And she's been doing this for a couple of years now, and what we have realized is that she's spending a lot of time in the weeds, working with data, trying to clean up data, trying to verify and validate sources of data. We'd much rather have her be able to focus on some of the strategic planning for some of the broader, larger scope projects that we'd like to take on, the more complex audits that we'd like to do. And we'd like to have somebody to support her who has a person with some experience in human resources, also in some data management, to help verify and ensure the data integrity that we're using for our audits, and to help to do some of the routine statistics that we do in the preliminary stages of those audits. So we although this position is a bit of a unicorn, we did do some research to find some comparable jobs. We're estimating that this position is going to cost $75,000 in salary and an estimated $25,000 in benefits. So we are requesting that additional full-time employee. Sorry, got behind here again. And then finally, the other thing we're asking for is continued support for remote testing and proctoring services. This was something we started right after COVID hit. It's been very successful. We did get ARPA funding for it originally, and our current contract is set to expire in June of this coming year. So we're asking for an additional $25,000 this year to be able to continue that, and to for another $50,000 in 2025. We are poised at the ready to go out with an RFP for this. We do hope that we can get involved in a little bit more competitive process at this point, because when we did this the first time, there was really only one vendor in the space who could provide what we were looking for, and we're hoping that we can find some more vendors this time and make a more competitive process out of it. And after that, I'm all done, ready to answer questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from my colleagues? Ms. Conwell.
I'm sorry, I missed it, Director. Through the chair, to Rebecca, the continued remote testing proctoring. Okay, is that like I'm not techie, so is that kind of some kind of machine or something that will allow you guys to do this?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, what that is an online program. What happens is our testing team loads our tests into the online software. And then by virtue of their technology, they have we can provide secure access to the applicants who want to take the test remotely, so they can take it from their homes. And we did this initially to overcome the challenges from COVID, but we found out that we have a lot of people who choose to exercise that option when they can. So it's been very popular. It's very successful for us.
So would that replace them coming in, or it's just an option?
We keep the testing center open because we don't want to impose a hardship on people who might have technical challenges. So we still have people coming into the testing center. We did change that model, so we don't have scheduled test times anymore. We give people essentially a week to come in, and they can come in at their convenience to take those tests in the center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Director, for 2023, for this year, how much of the expense in the other category is for space maintenance and internal service charges and these other overhead costs that are charged back?
I am going to turn to the back. I believe that my budget analyst is here, but I believe from what I remember, that our rent charge for the year was $100,000. The space maintenance charge, and somebody from OBM can hopefully correct me if I'm wrong, I believe was $65,000. And then the security charge back that the PRC got was $160,000 this year.
So, I'm asking, what makes you think you could absorb a reduction of over $200,000 in that line item? Do you actually think those charges are going to be less by that amount, or do you think you would just find it someplace else, or what?
I will tell you, Councilman Miller, that about 89 or 90% of our budget is personnel costs. And the way that we have adapted to things like that in the past is basically through attrition in our staff. When we've always been able to come in under budget, and it's usually because we have some turnover. We did not have that this year, until just recently. The only person we're losing this year is a person who's actually resigning tomorrow, effective tomorrow. I'm being optimistic. I don't really know. We have had an awful lot of security presence at West Shore this year because we've held so many open hiring events, the one-day hiring events that go into the evening, and we know that that has been a part of what's cost us for the security piece of it. I'm really just being optimistic, to be honest.
So you're saying that the number that's pegged for the other expenses, it's not really sufficient to cover what you expect to incur?
It's likely not to be.
Okay. You mentioned about the compliance auditing. Can you say a little bit more about what kind of things you're auditing and why you conduct audits out of the PRC?
Well, yes, thank you for the opportunity to address this. As you may recall, there was some language in the early versions of the charter that was a little ambiguous about the role of the PRC vis-a-vis the HR department regarding compliance. It used to read that the PRC was responsible for ensuring compliance, which we don't have any authority over anybody in the county's administration. So through the last round of charter administration or charter review process, we were able to work with the administration to get that language changed. So it's really only been since 2018 that we've been gearing up to, get this operation in place. We have been reviewing mostly the county's compliance with local laws. So civil service laws, are the people who are being hired, for example, are they on eligibility lists, things like that. We're looking to expand this. Sarah mentioned the pay equity thing, and we've talked to the administration a little bit about this. We'd really like to do a comprehensive pay equity study, but that is a big project. It is a long-term project, and it can be an expensive project. So that's one of the reasons I want to free up the manager's time to get involved in discussions so she can do some of the planning and focus on those bigger, more complex projects. There are a number of areas of federal law compliance that we'd like to look at, FLSA compliance, FMLA compliance, different aspects of those laws that we could audit. And the reason we audit is because we have an obligation to do it under the charter.
And to what extent would that overlap with internal audit?
Well, we happen to see our role is very discreet. Our audits are limited to auditing the county's compliance with local, state, and federal laws regarding personnel matters. It's very clean.
And have the audits that you've done so far identified significant issues?
I believe this year we did a few new audits this year. We've sent those reports to council. I think the biggest issue that we're having is, in general, with record keeping and the way that records are kept and maintained in HR. And we've been working collaboratively with them to try and get these systems in place a little bit more efficiently. So that's primarily, those are the places where we're seeing some problems.
Okay. So, seeing we have Vice President Stevens.
So I noticed at the end of your presentation that you have asked for money for the staff person to do additional work, rounding at $100,000. And then an additional 25 and 24, an additional 50 in 2025. So your budget request is actually 2659, or in 1 year, and 2684 in another year. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where those.
You're adding it on. If you go back to the proposed budget for the executive, you're saying that in addition to the 234, that is the second year, you want another 150, is that correct?
125 for 24, and an extra 150 for 25.
Okay. And the solution for the security issue is just to wait and see?
I think that's primarily it. We don't get those charges until at least mid-year, so it's difficult to predict.
Have you, mid-years past now, did you reduce what was needed for 2023?
I think this year was higher because of these hiring events where there's more staff required in the evenings.
So really, we're looking at another, even though there were some reductions in costs, we're looking at something that's a little bit higher. Did the executive's office say that they would support those additional costs?
No.
Or you didn't discuss them with them?
We submitted the request, but we were told no.
Okay.
I think the hiring events are going to continue. I think it's still a challenging
my concern is that
recruitment environment out there,
Safety is incredibly
particularly for corrections officers and social workers. Okay,
That was going to be my question.
yeah.
So that's what they were specifically for.
Those are the primary areas where we've been holding those big events.
There was eligibility specialists as well.
That,
So they-
that as well, yes.
Who made the determination through the chair to have them in the evening versus in the daytime?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, this has been an evolving strategy. I think Human Resources has been very careful about looking at who's showing up when to the events, when is there an overflow of applicants coming in, walking in the door, when are we sitting? At the beginning, I think we were doing them much later into the evening. I think they were ending around 9, and people were not getting out of the building until around 10 or 11. We backed that down a little bit, I think, so we cut off, typically cut off applicants coming in the door around 6 now, so that the staff who has to work after they're there and after they've taken the test can get out at a reasonable time.
Okay, and through the chair, who pays for the marketing of the hiring events? Is it coming out of each of those department budgets?
I can only tell you that's an HR question. We don't handle any of the marketing.
Thank you.
So, even though you didn't specifically request it, I'm considering the funding for the other expenses as under review.
Thank you.
In addition to the 2 items that you requested, and I appreciate your coming in, and we're going to give this further consideration. Thank you very much for all the good work that your office does.
That my people do.
Okay.
That the agency does.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is the Department of Communications Director Kelly Woodard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you to Council President Jones, Finance Committee Chair Miller, and members of County Council. My name is Kelly Woodard, and I am the Director of Communications for the Office of Cuyahoga County Executive Chris Ronayne.
And this is also your first budget hearing.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before you, the County Council, to present the 2024-2025 budget for the Communications Department. The Communications budget is on page 80. Communication is the lifeblood of our operations. It's the bridge that connects our residents to services and information, a vital link that connects our staff to other departments within Cuyahoga County. The Communications Department is a conduit through which information and ideas flow. We promote cross-functional teamwork, equitable access to information, and ensure everyone is aligned with the county executive's goals. In today's rapidly evolving world, the way we communicate is evolving too. And our budget plays a pivotal role in ensuring that we adapt, innovate, and continue to serve our staff and the community to the best of our abilities. The recommended communications budget is $1.37 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.25 million in fiscal year 2025. The budget shows a $700,000 increase from the 2023 adopted budget due to the addition of personnel. Most of that increase is due to shifting the multimedia team expenses from the IT budget to the communications department for cohesive content creation. In the last 12 months, our department has had some turnover, and we have added Jennifer Chach as press secretary and are currently searching for a replacement for a senior communications specialist. Deputy Chief of Staff David Rosum is also in our departmental budget. In 2025, the personnel budget will decrease due to a staff retirement in the spring of 2024. And as always, thank you for your support. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions by my colleagues? Yes,
So we
please
have
proceed.
a budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a budget that goes from 655 to 1.377. It's doubling,
Yes.
and we feel the need to double our staff.
Well, we are shifting the multimedia team to the communications department, so a majority of that money is to account for their salaries.
And where were they paid from before?
The IT department.
Has the IT department's budget gone down by $600,000?
I believe so, yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could we have Walter tell me what page that's on? Hey, Walter.
Councilwoman, how are you?
I'm good. Is your memory better than ours?
Well, I can flip over to the page really quickly.
Okay.
Information technologies on page 99. And this is Jonathan Schick and his group of multimedia folks. So Andy Johnson's department has realized a reduction of the same staff and the same dollar value. And Kelly's group has increased by that number.
So we're moving it from one place to another?
We are.
With
They're
just
both general fund departments, so there's really no budgetary impact. It's just an increase here, a decrease there.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Conwell.
Through the chair, the rationale behind that?
Well, a lot of what they do is content creation, and content is considered communications. And so what we want to do is align our videos and pictures with our words and what we put out to not just the community, but also our staff.
Okay, so it just impacts the budget, not physical location move?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, Director, if we exclude the transfer from IT to your department and consider that a budget neutral item, what additional positions are budgeted for that we don't currently have in this budget, if any?
As it stands now, from what I have gathered with working with Walter, all positions are accounted for in the budget. I just have one open position, and that is the senior communications specialist position.
So there's not any additional staff being added, is that correct?
Correct.
And I was surprised that you said the Deputy Chief David Rosum's salary is included in your budget rather than in the executive office. Do you know of any other cases where we have executive staff that are not included in the executive office?
I would have to lean to Walter for that.
Council Miller, I do not believe there's anyone other than David in one of the divisional budgets. I mean, communications is a division of the executive's budget. The department is the executive. Communications, regional collaboration, and sustainability are all county executive divisions that make up the county executive's department.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions, Ms. Conwell?
Mr. Chair, to Director Woodard, we talked about the funding that would change over in the organizational structure. Who would be their boss? You or Andy?
I would be their supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections. Director Anthony Perlotti.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity today to discuss the executive's recommended budget for the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections. Before I get into some slides that I have regarding that, I just want to give you a quick update on the November 7th general election that is this upcoming next Tuesday. So this past Tuesday, October 31st, was the deadline for the vote by mail application to submit a vote by mail application. 96,431 Cuyahoga County residents have submitted a timely vote by mail application. All those ballots are all out in the unit. Well, we've sent them all out, and from that, so far we have back, this is through yesterday, 66,442 ballots. Between today through Election Day, we probably anticipate about another 20,000 ballots will come back. That'll get us about a 90% return rate, which would be reasonable and expected in the vote by mail environment. Early in-person voting is still going on. The hours increased this week. Today and tomorrow, open 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. This weekend, Saturday, 8 to 4, Sunday, 1 to 5. And Sunday is the last day for early in-person voting. And with the law change in House Bill 458, there is no longer any Monday early in-person voting. Through yesterday, we had 13,184 voters come through our doors and vote. I think that by the end of Sunday, with Friday, Saturday, and Sunday being the most utilized days, we will get pretty close, hopefully, to 20,000, which is what you would see in a gubernatorial general election. So definitely early in-person voting trending up in a way that people like to vote. Next Tuesday on Election Day, we'll have 289 polling locations active on Election Day. Across the county, there'll be 583 candidates on the ballot, 89 issues. That's not everyone's ballot, but collectively across all 59 communities, that's what we'll see. Typically, in a odd year general election, we would plan for about a 30% voter turnout. We are anticipating somewhere between 40 to 45% turnout. It'll be increased, and that would be due to the two statewide issues, issues 1 and 2, and looking at where we are with absentee voting, and kind of, I think, supports what that would be. As a reference, past August, in that special election, we had a 39% turnout. So I definitely think we will see that and hopefully beat that with more things being on the ballot. All right, so with that, we'll get into the budget. I will try to stay on task and be mindful of your time, anticipating that we'll probably have some questions at the end. Okay. So for this upcoming 2024-2025 biennial budget cycle, the Board of Elections is planning for 5 elections. Next year in 2024, a presidential year, we should have a March primary, a November general election. Those are, the November general election is the most attended election that we conduct in the 4-year election cycle. And then in 2025, we plan to conduct 3 elections, 2 municipal primaries, 1 in May, 1 in September. September, Cleveland will be on the ballot. They only have elected offices in every 4 years, not every 2 years. So that'll increase that turnout, as well as then the November general election. As we've been doing for a couple budget cycles now, in our budget, we do not ask for funding for special elections. And then if they do come, and they have come, we reach out to this body for funding for those elections. And this way we ask as we need on those particular elections, so we don't have money tied up in an election that may not happen. All right, so budgeting for the board is a little bit challenging, unique, maybe compared to some of the other agencies, in that you build off the previous year. So you have some of those costs, and you try to take inflationary measures for those. But then we have to look back 4 years to the similar budget cycle, because they are not all created equal, these elections, with the type of turnout that we would see. So in trying to take those two things and come up with what will happen for the next 2 years in '24 and '25 can be a little bit challenging, especially as when you look back 4 years ago, we are always striving to make advancements in our election administration, so we are doing things better now than we did then, just as we always are improving, which means we may have some costs when you look back 4 years ago that don't exist. They weren't there 4 years ago, but they're here now. So in doing that, again, it can be a little bit challenging. And I think this is the case in our current recommended budget coming from the county executive's office, which is not sufficient to execute the elections in '24 and '25 if the board were to continue to use their current best practices in election administration. So we have a slide here that kind of shows what is recommended and what we have calculated, what our fiscal office has a detailed list they put together of what it will take to run these elections. So from this, you can see that in 2024, we're short $263,000, and in 2025, $635,000. Now in 2024, this shortage is tied to poll worker recruitment and payroll. And so in 2024, with those two elections, we strive to hire 4,000 each election. That's 8,000 workers. With $263,000 being removed from that line item, that equates to us hiring about 900 less poll workers over the course of the year. Not what we want to do when those are the elections that are best attended. You want to be fully staffed to deal with those once every 4 year voters that come out to the polls. In 2025, the shortage is kind of spread out over multiple line items. I think two of the areas that are impacted the most is a reduction in funding for temporary poll workers in 2025 for those three elections, and then a reduction in the costs or the funding for the cost to print ballots. So printing ballots, you got to have enough ballots. You don't want to run out. And then as far as temporary staff, when we're in full swing of things, we actually have more temporary employees than we do permanent employees on staff to get the job done. So those shortages, those are things that I am asking for this body to consider, and funding those to bring us up to our base, where we believe to be our base budget to execute what we need to do. In addition, and while that is the first priority, is getting the base correct, I do want to ask for a couple of initiatives for this upcoming biennial cycle to help us better execute the presidential election and have these investments then help us beyond the 2024 presidential election. And in particular, there'll be 4 initiatives that I want to talk about in this upcoming cycle. All right, so the first, and these are not in any particular order. But the first I'm going to talk about, this first initiative is purchasing a second Agilis inbound mail ballot sorting processing machine. So currently, Cuyahoga County Board of Elections owns one of these pieces of equipment. And what this does is it puts a lot of automation into our vote by mail process. We have 967 precincts in Cuyahoga County, and ultimately, when all these vote by mail ballots come back, we have to get them down to the precinct level. So this machine, you load up your mail in the front, it takes it through, takes pictures of it, and it sorts it, has all these output pockets to get it sorted down to where it needs to be. We have to take multiple passes through this machine to get it to that precinct level. As it does take that picture, so it helps us, one, be more efficient in sorting 967 precincts. But then as it takes that picture, we have operators that it's tied into this machine, in which on their monitor, they see a picture of the identification envelope, which has signature, date of birth, ID on there, And then it also pulls up from a copy of our registration database that same information in that system. So on screen, they have it right there where they can look and see, does everything match? If so, you click one button to accept it. If not, another to reject it. So we have about 20 monitors hooked up that we're able to use this to get through all of those ballots in a somewhat timely manner. It's high volume. So it's a great piece of equipment. We would like to buy a second piece of equipment, a second one of these. They're about $350,000 one-time cost for it. And there's two reasons for this. One, redundancy, to have an emergent backup plan in case this first system goes down. Because one thing that doesn't change, usually, I used to say this until 2020 came along, was the date of an election, right? That's set in stone. So we have to adapt to meet that deadline of there. So if a piece of equipment like this goes down, right now it goes into a manual process. Somebody with a tray of mail, a hand scanner, trying to flip through to get it. We will get there eventually, but it is not as efficient, and in this particular instance, humans are not as accurate as machines in getting this done. So this would give us that backup where next year in November we would anticipate 200,000 people voting by mail to be able to process it under the tight timelines that we have. But it would not just sit there in a corner as a piece of emergency equipment. We would be able to take this and incorporate it into our daily operations to make that more efficient. So it will improve the overall operation, but if one of the systems were to go down, we have another one that we can continue on to get the job done. So again, it is critical to the vote by mail process. And actually, anybody who uses the Track My Ballot tool on our website, this machine is directly related to that. This is what gets it returned so people can utilize that tool to see, did we get their ballot back? And just a little side note, for over 10 years, Cuyahoga County has been the leader in vote by mail across the state. Some other counties may do a little bit more really in person, but nobody comes close to us when it comes to mail. So it's critical, especially as we go into this high-volume presidential year. The next initiative I'd like to talk about is a modest pay raise for our temporary employees, both in 2024 and 2025. The Board of Election heavily relies on seasonal temporary employees to execute the numerous election administration processes that we have. These seasonal employees work side by side with the permanents, and they're doing real work. You come vote early in person, it's a temporary employee who's voting you, and they do it as if they were a permanent employee, which is great. It's hard anywhere to hire sufficient temporary employees or regular permanent employees, and an election will easily bring in over 100 for the cycle. Now, when a permanent employees at the Board of Elections get our COLA every year, that is not given to the temporary employees. So what I would like to see in 2024 and 2025 is a quarter, 25 cents, given to them in 24 and another quarter in 25. They currently make $15 an hour. So that's about a 1.7% increase in each of those years. The cost for that is about $40,000 for the year to give them that quarter. In an odd year, the temporary employee wages, per statute, we charge that back to the municipality. So it's cost neutral on the general fund in those odd years. Even years is not the same story. But again, they're critical to our operation. I am very thankful to this body for last cycle, getting them to a reasonable base pay of $15. And it'd be nice to see them in 24 to go to $15.25, and in 2025 to $15.50 an hour. The third initiative that I like to talk about is making some money available to pay our permanent employees some monetary overtime. Not all the hours that they work at monetary overtime, but some. Currently, employees at the Board of Elections, when they work over, they get compensatory time, which is accrued time off, that they can use at a future date. What I would like to see is if in the election cycle, if we could cap it at 30 hours so we have controls in place over that election cycle, that every employee, in lieu of getting comp time, their first 30 hours of overtime would be at monetary pay. And anything above and beyond that, would still be earned then at comp time. This would be about $100,000 per year added on to our payroll budget. And the Board of Elections cannot avoid overtime. So just in the 4 weeks of early in-person voting that we are required to do under statute, that requires staff to work an additional 47 hours above and beyond their regular shift to meet the statutory requirement for voting hours. It goes up in a presidential year. That doesn't include processing vote by mail applications, recruiting poll workers, and everything else that we do. So it would kind of help with that. But what really one of the challenges that I have and my team has is giving these employees time off when they accrue all this time. From 2020 to 2023, in that period of time, we should have conducted 10 elections. However, in that period from 2020 to 2023, we will have conducted 19 elections. We are always in an election cycle, and it's because Cuyahoga County, 59 communities, 53 are chartered, they have all kinds of things going on. Recall elections, special elections, all those things, as well as the special elections the state puts on. So with that, there's never time for staff to take this time off. So when we find these small periods, we try to push them out, but then we don't have time to work on lessons learned to improve our processes for the next time. It kind of impedes that. So reducing a little bit of the time that they earn would be helpful as we go forward. And another example of not getting, time off to take this is next Tuesday, as we said, is Election Day, the November 7th Election Day. It also is the opening of absentee voting for the December 5th East Cleveland recall election. So we go from one election right into the next. So doing this, not only is it good for morale, give them a little bit of money, but it actually overall helps the operation with not having tons of time on the books that they can't use. Their vacation time's maxed out, and it just becomes a little bit of a mess. Again, in odd years, these permanent staff hours are chargeable back to the municipalities, so it would not impact the general fund in those odd years. And for the last initiative, I'm going to invite up the Board of Elections Chairman, Henry Curtis. He wants to talk a little bit about a new operations center for the Board of Elections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Henry Curtis, Chairman of the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections, and I just want to share some information with you about this fourth initiative. The Cuyahoga County Board of Elections has been housed at its current 2925 Euclid Avenue location since 1987. Over the last 36 years, there have been two major changes that have affected election administration. First, election law changes that have resulted in increased volume for vote by mail and early in-person voting. And secondly, technology changes that require more space, staff, and security than the systems employed nearly 40 years ago. We currently administer elections utilizing a total of 7 floors of space spread out over 2 buildings located 10 blocks apart. While the dedicated staff of the Board of Elections makes do with these challenging logistics, this is a less than optimal configuration. Election administration is far more efficient, secure, and cost-effective when housed under one roof. The current facility at 2925 Euclid Avenue was remodeled to accommodate a higher volume of early in-person voters. However, this came at considerable expense. Though helpful, it is a short-term solution, or colloquially, a Band-Aid, that has not adequately addressed other logistical problems that no remodel of the current facility can fix. With only 48 parking spaces, the Board of Elections is reliant upon community partners to help us provide adequate parking for high-volume traffic generated by early in-person voting and persons returning vote-by-mail ballots to the drop box. One such partner's property is currently for sale, and we have no assurances that the new owner will accommodate us in the future. Parking lot rentals are an added expense for the Board of Elections and ultimately the county taxpayers due to insufficient parking at our current facility. Additionally, with increased pedestrian traffic due to people walking several blocks to the voting center, great danger is posed to voters and campaigners as they navigate dangerous crossings and busy driveways. Voters should not be subjected to dangerous conditions to exercise their constitutional right to vote. Therefore, on behalf of my fellow board members, Board of Election staff, and the voters of Cuyahoga County, I appeal to you, this body, to prioritize the procurement of a modern facility. A new operations center will enable the Board of Elections to do the following. First, to operate more efficiently with all staff members and equipment under one roof. Second, save the taxpayers of Cuyahoga County money. Third, improve public safety and the experience of early in-person voters and campaigners. And fourth, increase the level of physical and cybersecurity that the present age expects and demands. I thank you for your time and consideration as we continue to work with you and work for the voters of Cuyahoga County. Thank you.
And just to quickly build upon Chairman Curtis's comments, there's a slide that hopefully you can see. It just kind of shows some comparables to some of other large boards of elections and what their facility is as far as early in-person voting. As Henry said, 1987 is when we moved into our space. We have about 8,000 square feet for early in-person voting down at our Hughes building, 48 parking spots. Other boards of elections have kind of adapted within the last 10 years to new locations to help accommodate these changes with the increase in early in-person voting and voting by mail. Franklin County, who is the only other county in this state who is similar to Cuyahoga County, almost the same number of registered voters. They have 20,000 square feet to our 8, 500 parking spots to our 48, and they went into that location in 2015. Hamilton County, which is about 2/3 our size, has 15,000 square feet of early voting space, which is double us. They have 125 spots that are always theirs, and then they're in a shared location where they have access to another 300 spots. They just went in 2020. And you have Lucas and Summit counties that are much smaller than us, a quarter or a third of our size. They have less voting space, but it's not a third of what our voting space is, and their parking spaces exceed ours tremendously. It's becoming more and more difficult. We have 4 different parking agreements with vendors around the building to try to provide sufficient parking. And it does, it makes individuals walk. I get most nervous for this upcoming March primary, in which we know Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, we probably will have snow when early voting is going on in the middle of February. These lots that are down the street, we don't control shoveling those sidewalks or plowing those lots, so I don't know what we'll be in for. I do know that we'll be able to take control or take care of the 48 spots, which really isn't 48 spots. You minus 2 for a security camera, another 2 for security guards, another 1 for a sign, and pretty soon we have about 40 spots for that. So it's just not ideal. We are working with County Executive and Public Works on this, and I also know these things are not cheap, but it's critical for our operation. All right, off my soapbox on that one. So with that, I just want to conclude with, in closing, the Board of Elections, what we are asking council to approve in this upcoming budget cycle, which is above and beyond what the recommended budget is by the county executive. So for 2024, $19,243,000. That gets us the base operations for what we need to do. In 2025, $16,652,000, which again allows us to run our operations as we currently do. And then in 2024, the new initiatives, the Agilis inbound mail ballot processor, permanent overtime, 30 hours, election cycle, and the quarter raise, that's about $500,000 for 2024. In 2025, it's $150,000 because the inbound mail processor, again, is a one-time one-time outlay of $350,000 for that piece of equipment.
Bless you.
With that, that is what I wanted to put out and then be able to take questions from the body.
Questions by my colleagues? Ms. Stevens?
Councilman Stevens, your microphone.
Sorry. You're looking at approximately a 10% increase for 2024, but only a 3% increase maybe for 2025? Over what the executive has recommended? Because they were at 18 and you're at 19 something?
Right, it's 263,000, I think, in 2024, and 650,000 in.
Okay.
I did not do the percentage increase.
Oh, yeah, I was wrong. I see that my memory, it was just about 18 and you were asking for a little over 19.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's 18.9. So you're right, it's a smaller increase. The real substantive question here, though, is are you looking to buy or to lease the space you want to grow into?
That space, I am leaving that to Public Works. They know what we need. We need 180,000 square feet. We would like to have around 500 parking spots available to us, and that's where we worked with them at the beginning of the year on putting together the request for proposal. The county, with a architecture firm that they had under contract, came through our facilities, did a space allocation review. So, because that's not our expertise. We can do a heck of a job running elections, but that piece we don't know. So with that architecture firm, they came up with that number. This is what you need to do, 180,000 to account what for you have now, and to be able to grow as things evolve. So that is what we need. How we get there, whether it's a long-term lease or a purchase, because our current building, we go through Public Works for the buildings, that I defer to their expertise. I think the nice thing is, if you own the building ultimately at some point, even if it's not on day one, but if it's like, say, a lease to buy or whatever it is, then you know you have that space, you know what you have to work with, and as you make investments in the infrastructure of the building, you know it's not temporary. What I wouldn't like to see is like, hey, we're gonna go get you a 5-year lease on a new building. That's nice, but I can't, I need to know more so, right, than what's gonna happen 5 years out, because then how do you plan for that?
Yeah, you need
So
at least a 20-year lease.
that would be great. Why I love my job. I hopefully will be retired before 20 years, and then the next person can figure out that.
Take it down the street.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have Councilman Sweeney and then Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues. Director, it's nice seeing you again. I'm just reflecting, kicking the can down the road. We've been doing that for a while, right?
Yes.
And to have the chairman come to talk and plead with us, basically, it's mission critical right now. And the way you have talked about all the things that are possibly could happen and go wrong through the chair, it's all going to fall on you. That's the thing that I'm struggling with. The administration, in consult with you, makes the budget. We look at it and we make a decision. But if it goes south, it's on you. So I want to make that public statement that you're on your own. But if something happens, I want everybody to know that's the person that's going to have to take the hit, and I don't want him to take the hit. I don't think anybody up here wants you to take that hit. So that's on my little soapbox. But with the building in and of itself, the lease thing, the 5-year, the 20-year, we know where the Board of Election is right now. Where's it at?
2925 Euclid Avenue, corner.
Yeah, most everybody knows that. Go down East 30th, and it's on there, go vote, and we stand outside, and most of the general public knows that. If you change to a new building, that foot traffic or the
the traffic pattern I'm trying to get out needs to be learned quickly. So would you be prepared, tell me how would you do a transfer from this building to a new building in regards to foot traffic, or traffic pattern?
As far as getting people over to where they need to go now, the new building, I think,
that might be a problem for 2 or 3 years.
well, I think it's going to be huge news. So I think the media is going to be all over it, and we have good media partners, and we'll work with them that. Both political parties, both county political parties want us in a different location because they know the inefficiencies of where we are. They will, with their resources, help us push out to all their bodies. I mean, we will send things in the mail. We'll be on TV talking. Director Woodard, we met about a couple weeks ago, and we're going to start doing some more things together using county resources for that. The municipalities, we have a good network with all the mayors in Cuyahoga County. So we will get that word out. Some people will come to the old building.
Yeah.
We will, depending on when this happens, we still may be at that old building while we're at a new building too, trying to transition. So we'll be able to redirect.
Yeah, I'm through the chair. I'm just trying to forecast. You're already going to a new building, how you're going to be able to handle the transfer. With the difficulty with the new building, the one thing that sticks in my mind is crossing that street. The jaywalking and the long line. The safety is a huge concern. Is that accurate?
So our current building, I saw too many people looking out my window almost get hit. We worked with Public Works. If you go down 30th now, you see what we call bike racks, crowd control things going almost from the corner of 30th and Euclid down to almost the corner of Chester, and they're trying to, it's not our property. Luckily, Channel 5 is a good neighbor to try to minimize some of that, and it's still not 100% effective. It is, with only being allowed to have one ballot box per county at your property, you have a lot of car traffic there. Then you have people coming to drive. We try to make our back lot ADA accessible, minimize that. There is just all kinds of cars, lots of people. It is very dangerous. And when you get around rush hour, we are close to the freeway ramp on Chester, and it's between 24th and 30th. So a lot of people coming that way or going the other way to get on the freeway on Prospect right there. So it is, it's scary.
And through the chair, and when you're leaving the parking lot, taking the left during in-person, early voting. It's not just on voting,
So what we actually, with Cleveland Traffic Control, we have some cones in the middle of the street to try to keep cars from
making a left.
However, you sure do see a lot of people learning how to do U-turns.
The right U-turn, hop on the highway.
Yeah, so it is not, it's not ideal.
And the last question for you is, wow. For now, where are you going, man?
It's going to the new board office. Yeah.
Through the chair, if we made a decision at the first of the year, when would the first time we'd have an election at our new building?
If first of the year, if we got the keys to a new building and that new building had good, I'll call it infrastructure bones about it, which hopefully it will, early in-person voting for March, and probably only in-person voting for March, would be able to hopefully happen into that building. And Director Johnson and IT would be able to give some more infrastructure, more information on that. But if we know that, we can start working with AT&T on the connections and getting at least that piece in there. All the other operations will happen out of the old buildings, and that's okay. We'll take on that hardship, knowing that ultimately it's for the better product. So that August, I think January 1st has early in person at the new location. And then our other stuff is there for November, everything else. You get too far past that, and you really need to have it at the beginning, it's just too late. Because early in-person voting, starts in the middle of February.
Yeah.
So if we had a good 6 weeks, we could educate, we can get the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure hopefully running. And if we knew that that was coming, maybe even in December, if the paperwork wasn't signed till January, we can have IT start working with AT&T and whoever it is to get that built. I mean, and that would be ideal.
And through the chair, it's an aggressive schedule. I know you'd work your tail off to get it done, and I have the quite confidence. But we need to make the decision that this is the new home for you and let you do your thing. So those are my public comments, and I want to thank you, the chairman, for allowing me to talk.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say you do an amazing job with what you have to work with there right now. And I don't know if I say this right or not. Agilis, that's the machine?
Yes.
If that machine goes down, it's going to be a nightmare. So I would certainly support you having a second one of those Agilis machines. I'm not trying to understand what my colleague's talking about. Do you already have your eye on a new spot, or, I mean, you looking somewhere at this point?
So I can only say so much because things are in negotiations, right? So I guess you don't want to show all your cards, and I understand that. Again, we went through an RFP. Spots were identified. We visited those spots. A couple of them definitely, I think, elevated above others. Public Works, with a realty company who's under contract with them, are in these talks with these locations working on terms. Public Works, and I believe the county executive's office, also want a long-term solution, not just a quick, 5-year type thing. So that is good.
You can stop there.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't want to go too far with this.
Right.
I was just curious if you had it sounded like maybe there was a spot I didn't know anything about.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to give you kudos for what you're doing. And you certainly have my support for anything you need to make sure that these elections go off the way they have to go off, because we have to do it.
I greatly appreciate that. It is not me, it's the staff. I have a little role in it. They're fantastic, they're great. And I appreciate the support on the Agilis. When you get into bigger jurisdictions like Cook County, where Chicago is, in California, they have 2 machines, just so there is no delay, when something goes down. So I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Director, I have 2 quick questions. The first one is regarding the overtime, and I don't understand why people who work extra time are not entitled to be paid at time and a half. How are we allowed to tell them that they have to take compensatory time?
In the board, so the revised code provides the option for compensatory time in lieu of monetary pay. And then in the board's policies, and it was in place when I went to the board in 2007, it was just that it was compensatory time. That's what the employees earned. And so every hour that they're above, they're getting that credited. They'll get the compensatory time at time and a half, so it's following all of that. If they were to resign or retire, it's paid out. So that's not lost for them. But the balances they're too high. People can earn up to 7 weeks of compensatory time. We have employees that come up against that, and then you're trying to find for them to take it off. You can't do it. So what I'm asking, and I want controls in place, at least to start. Maybe I'll be back in another cycle asking for more, but doing 30 hours in the cycle gives us an idea of, we know what it would cost budget-wise. And I would almost guarantee that every single employee in that building would work that. And so we can have, again, some controls there. So the law allows it, and our policy takes advantage of that.
My second question is, once you get into your new building, do you expect that your operating costs are going to be about the same, less, or more than your current operating costs?
We should see some efficiencies being under one roof. And so, for example, In the Hughes Building on 30th and Euclid, we used to do, or well, we still do early in-person voting there, but we used to process all the vote by mail when it was all manual. People working in hallways and all kinds of stuff to get it done. That did not work. So at Halley, which we already had a footprint in, we got an extra half of a floor, and we then have that operation there. So when it was all under one building, though, when we would hire the temporary staffing for it, we would get one pool of employees, and when the mail was heavy, we would shift people to the mail, keep some back for voting, and then as the mail was processed in the morning, then we could do a little bit more shift back over to in-person voting. We can't do that anymore, being 10 blocks away, which means we fully staff in-person voting, and then we fully staff mail voting. And quite honestly, most days, but not every day, do they have a ton of work because we're dependent on who's coming to vote and who's coming to mail. So you have those times where we're not going to say, get in your car, drive down the block, because then all of a sudden if people come, you just can't do it that way. So that's an efficiency we would get, as well as we have off-site storage of all our voting booths. So for a 2-week period, we're sending staff driving to Bedford to a warehouse to work on that. So the mileage, the lost time and commuting to and from that location, we lose, we know having that on site, everything is just more efficient. It goes better.
Just on that point, to the chair, to Director Paralotti, can you just draw those in numbers, what the savings would be and where they would be?
I don't have that on top.
I mean, can you get it to us?
Oh, we can work on, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
The 2024 presidential election is going to be the most heavily scrutinized election process that we've ever had. It's very important that we get this right, and we're going to take your requests under serious consideration. Thank you very much for coming down.
I appreciate the time. Thank you to all of you.
Next, we have Department of Internal Audit Director Monica Houston.
Sometimes you want to be forgotten. You did that on purpose. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's been a long, long afternoon for you guys. I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can.
That would be helpful.
18 pages.
Really, really. Oh, you'll be surprised how quick I can go through 18 pages.
Okay. Show me.
So, good afternoon. Show you the money. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Houston. I'm Director of Internal Audit. I'm representing the Cuyahoga County Audit Committee and the Cuyahoga County Department of Internal Audit. On an operational basis, I'm the Chief Audit Executive who oversees the Department of Internal Audit and ensures completion of the approved work plan. Thank you. Achievement of strategic goals and compliance with professional standards and ethics. Thank you again for the opportunity to present the requested budget to council. I'm just hitting the screen. Go back. Okay. So a hallmark of any organization that is planning for success is definitely to have a strategic plan. So before you, I have placed before you the strategic plan for the Internal Audit Department. Our vision is very simple. It is to be a department of excellence. Our mission is critical. We want to provide independent, objective assurance and advisory services that adhere to the concept of semper pro populis, which means always for the public. We have some foundational items. We invest in our people, good governance, and a commitment to evolve. So, what is Department of Internal Audit? I think everyone here hopefully is familiar with the Department of Internal Audit and how we were established through the Cuyahoga County Charter. But just to refresh your memory, the key items that I think we need to remember is that the charter, which was voted on by the taxpayers, is what established internal audit and the audit committee. And it is the charter that guides our work. The charter requires compliance with professional standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors and specifically requires the director of audit to, and these are quote words, follow at all times. And I just want to say that all means all times, the IA Code of Ethics. That code requires auditors to uphold the principles and related rules of conduct, which are integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, and competency. Now, it may surprise some of you that our standards, go into these types of things, that there is, just like you would have with an attorney, you have a confidentiality clause. We cannot disclose things unless it's our professional obligation or a legal requirement to do so. We are definitely a profession like other professions. The competency one is the one that I'd like to focus on for the purposes of this budget hearing, as a lot of the items that I'm going to be talking about relate to the competency. And there are 3 items underneath the code for the competency. Internal auditors shall engage only in those services for which they have the necessary knowledge, skills, and experience, shall perform internal audit services in accordance with the international standards for professional practice of internal audit, and shall continually improve their proficiency in their effectiveness and quality of their services. And so I want to make sure that you keep those in mind, because we will be referring to them as I move forward. So the standards themselves are very, very long. I have just taken excerpt out of here to kind of show you kind of what I would say the ones that underpin the work that we do. 4.2, it really does show you from a competency perspective what we're supposed to be doing. The standards basically lay out all of the parameters of the work which we are required to do. So many people think maybe because in the past we may have not had the adequate staff to do certain things, we've limited our work to certain areas, but the IIA requires us by professional practice to do risk assessments, which means we have to understand the risk universe in 4 areas, which is strategic, financial, operational, compliance, and then we underscore it by fraud. So we do a risk assessment every year, and we look at all 5 of those areas. That risk assessment is then followed up with an audit plan. That audit plan is our work plan. And that work plan, again, is in those same 5 areas: strategic, operational, compliance, financial, and fraud, okay? So again, as per the charter, the Director of Internal Audit must follow at all times, right? So I'm making sure and doing my job that I'm following the standards. Now, when we comply with the standards, it definitely adds value to the organization. If you look here, there are 3 areas, 3 pictures on this, and these were pulled directly from Cleveland.com. And I just want to kind of give you from an example perspective what our audit or advisory services. So we don't just do audits, guys. We can come in and do advisory, which is before. We can help and prevent some things from happening. So we do assurance, we do advisory. We do them in those 5 areas that I mentioned, but when I want to show you some examples of how we could make an impact or how we could add value in preventing some headline risk, I just picked up 3, and I wanted to show you the headline risks that we could prevent. So one was, the one most recently, the diabetic Cuyahoga County Jail. There's a lawsuit that has been brought against us. We could have addressed that with a compliance review. The next one that I pulled was the Cuyahoga County I think we were asking a $6.4 million, and I'm going to say that again, a $6.4 million property tax overall after 7 years of delays. We could have addressed that with an information technology review, specifically one that's geared at implementations as well as software development. The next one is Cuyahoga County paid employees thousands of unauthorized funds, says the state auditor. And I picked this one is a little old, but I picked it specifically because I wanted to show you the difference in what the state auditor does and what we do. The state auditor looked at this issue and they saw a financial issue, and that's all they remarked upon. The underlying root cause to this issue was operational. It was just like the director before me was saying, he has an operational problem where he has overtime that people can't take, compensatory time. So he really needs to try to pay them out. And that's what really created this issue, but the state auditor did not pick up on it. They only looked at the financial. Internal audit, we look at financial and the operational, and we would have got to the root of the problem. So now that I've talked to you about what we can do, how we add value, I need your help. I need your help to do the job that we have been charged to do. In compliance with the Cuyahoga County Charter, we are also required to prepare an annual budget. And we did that, and that budget was approved by our audit committee. We subsequently collaborated and talked with the executive, but of course, they have a budget to balance, right? So even though they understood all of our numbers and were very sympathetic, when we got the budget back, we were short. We were short a total of $424,000 over the course of 2 years. So this details out line item by line item kind of where we are having some differences. I put that in there for your review, on detail. I'm not going to go through that right now. We can just focus on the overall. It's $197,000 for 2024, and it's $223,000 for 2025. What makes up that? So pretty much the impact is in 3 areas for 2024. It's the co-source audit services for audits, for IT audits. Let me be more specific on that, IT audits. It's also personnel for a senior IT auditor. It's going to be a new hire for part of the year. We need those services in order to do the work that is charged to us to do. And as per our competency, we can't do work that we have no expertise in. So these 2 areas definitely address the area of competency in terms of ensuring that we have the competency to do the job and the work that we are required to do. The last part of that is continuing education, and that again goes to our proficiency, our competency. Internal audit is required by standards and also by our audit charter to have 40 years of required continuing education. For 2025, pretty much the same, except that for 2025, we were transitioning out of co-source services to a full hire IT onboard person. The purpose of that is we want to establish a baseline. So we're using outsourced services up front, then we'll bring in an IT auditor, because I've been told that although I have the IT expertise and knowledge, I should not be doing that detailed work per my peer review. So I need to hire somebody whose work I can oversee and have them do that work. So for 2025, we had put in our budget, and mind you, these are not new FTEs, these are FTEs that were already there. We were just utilizing the FTEs that had been placed on hold at the request of the prior administration. So the personnel senior IT auditor, then there's the triannual quality assessment, which we have a quality assessment where the auditors get audited. Imagine that. We too are subject to audit. So no one is beyond an audit. So we come in, they come in, we have an independent agency, the Institute of Internal Auditor, our professional Standards Board comes in and they review us on a triannual basis. And that money is about $20,000. I think we upped it a little bit for a raise, escalation, but it's about $20,000. And then continuing education yet again. So that's our budget impact. So let's talk about why IT audit services are needed. I think you guys are very familiar with our ERP project and the problems that we've had with that, as well as the headlines that we just saw. And so IT is an area that we are constantly having implementations in across multiple areas. And if we're not having a recent IT implementation, we're having a pending IT implementation going on. We have significant IT expenditures. The budget for the IT department alone was $2.4 million, increased this year. And overall, it was $29.7 million for 2024 and $30 million for 2025. So just that alone increases the risk significantly in terms of the IT-related processes and systems. Additionally, recent impending changes in regulations. So didn't think regulations would impact the IT area, right? But they do. There's the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act. We have to make sure we're in compliance with that. There's DOJ proposed ADA regulations for state and local government websites. There's a lot of lawsuits going on with websites. I'm sure you guys are aware of that from ADA compliance. And the DOJ is coming up with regulations specifically for state and local government. There's the GASB Statement 96, which is subscription-based information technology arrangements. That's all our technology stuff. GASB Statement number 101, which is compensated absences. How that impacts IT is we need data. We're going to need historical data in order to be able to do that GASB statement. And so that's going to be very much IT dependent. Again, increase in IT risk events, hardware and software failures, spam, viruses, malicious attacks, vendor or third-party failures, natural disasters. Again, new technology, the dynamic IT landscape. I mean, you just can't get away from it. So, that's one of the reasons IT services are needed. The next one is to be in compliance. Again, the Charter requires us to follow IA standards. And this is an excerpt that I've provided to you from our 2021 External Quality Risk Assessment.
So, Director?
Yes.
We're going much longer than most of the presentations.
Okay.
I need you to try to hit the highest points.
Absolutely.
And bring it to a conclusion. The hour is late.
Absolutely. So skip this slide and we can just move on to this one, which shows you the IT general controls, IT application controls. These are the things, the services that we would be looking at. This also tells you how IT audit services budget will be utilized. And so I think this is important for you to know the money we're asking for, how that money would be utilized. It'd be used to either outsource or hire a person to do these specific types of audits. So the last thing that I wanted to kind of talk about is how internal audit fits in overall to the organization and why we need your support, not just financially, but in understanding the role of internal audit and how we fit in. And pretty much, it's called the 3 lines of defense. You have 3 lines of defense. It's set up like a football field because they kind of liken it to football. You have your first line of defense, which is your governing body, your management team. They do the work day to day, day in, day out. You have your second line of defense. Those people do a great job at blocking and trying to catch things that they see. They have a higher perspective. But internal audit is what we call the last line of defense before the external audit assurance providers would get to it. And so I just kind of gave you here a really quick analogy to kind of help you to try to understand internal audit's role in the organization. We, internal audit, are a part of a team. we are here to be a part of a team. We play a very critical role, we believe, and we would consider ourselves the third line of defense, as the IIA says. We are your organizational safeties. If it gets past us, it's out the door. And so I just wanted to let you know that we are here. We are here for you. We're here for the organization. We have to be fast, agile, and nimble, but we need support to do that. So hopefully we will be able to get your support. And when you see us around, you don't think of us as just Tom, Dawn, Josh, Jeremy, Joe, and Monica. You think of us as Team Audit, that we are the county's safeties and that we are your last line of defense. And we are definitely on your team. Questions?
Questions, Councilman Sweeney.
Thank you. Very briefly, as the chairman of the choir committee, I get to work with you all the time, and I appreciate all the hard work that you do, and you're excited about your presentation. But basically, the bottom line is you're $424,000 short.
$424,000.
And you'd like us to consider approving that to be able to have you excel at the highest level.
To be able to comply with the charter. In order for us to do the work that is required for us to do, we need to look at, we have to have IT services, and we can't have those IT services without the dollars to do so.
Got it. And then through the chair, you made a statement, the audit gets audited?
Absolutely.
And how do you, I mean, when I talked to the chairman, he said, you know, the folks that need the most attention get it, but it cycles through, because you do about 40% or something, 30% of the different divisions and operations.
Our audit coverage rate is around 36%.
36%, and then to focus on some of the folks that might need a little more attention, but.
Higher risk.
Yeah, the higher risk, but
Yes, sir.
it should cycle through everybody.
Within 3 to 5 years, we should touch everybody within our area of responsibility.
Yeah, and through the chair, people are chirping in my ears, the chairman, PRC, the council and the administration, have they been audited ever?
No.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, and is there a reason why?
Well, you know, we do it according to risk, and so we put our resources where the most risk is.
Absolutely, but you just said every 3 to 5 years.
We
I
should.
don't want to be exposed, and I'm the chairman of it, and I'm getting calls about it. I'm not.
Understood, we
I just wanted to
should.
bring it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should.
That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And the hour is very late, and we are gonna, I don't think we can properly cover the next 2 agencies.
She's very quick.
We're down to barely a quorum. We're gonna wait till Monday.
Happy birthday to your daughter.
I'm gonna ask the Inspector General and the Law Department to be first and second on Monday at 1 o'clock. If either of you cannot make it at that time, please let us know.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Is there any miscellaneous business? Hearing none.
And there's 6 of us.
You're about to lose your quorum. I'm walking out the door.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's 7. Dale, what's it called?
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Miller. Good evening, my name is Alexa Beeler. I am here on behalf of the Agency of Inspector General. Thank you for allowing me to come speak with you this evening. I will keep it brief. Andrea, are you able to put up the slideshow?
You don't need a slideshow, just tell us.
It's up.
Oh, I just have to press this?
Yes.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Okay, I was going to give a 30-second overview of our agency. I won't even do that, but I will answer any questions if you have them. Okay, I would like to thank the executive and his team for the recommended budget that was submitted to council for the Agency of Inspector General. I am only requesting a change to those recommendations for one category, which is other expenditures from the general fund. You'll see that the executive's recommended budget has our other expenditures set at $38,979 for both 2024 and 2025, while our requested budget for other expenditures is $55,231 for 2024, and then a 3% increase for inflation, which puts it at $56,888 for 2025. Even though it's looking like we are asking for a $16,000 increase over the executive's recommended budget for 2024, it's really just an increase of a little over $3,300 from our current 2023 budget of $51,896. To put these figures in perspective, since 2011, when our agency was formed, the AIG's adopted budget for other expenditures from the general fund has ranged from $51.9 thousand to $260,000. So the $38,979 figure would be an all-time low for our agency at a time when costs, as you know, are at an all-time high.
Good job.
Last slide. Okay, this next slide outlines some of the increased costs we'll be seeing during the next budget cycle. We entered into a new contract for our e-discovery software at the end of July, which went from $4,200 up to $9,000 a year. The contract for our case management system is up in 2024, and we expect those costs to increase by a few $1,000s for 2024 and then increase again for the second year of the contract. We are planning on scheduling a peer review, likely for the end of 2024, where individuals who also work for an agency of Inspector General will come and basically audit our operations. Our agency follows professional standards as outlined in the Green Book, which states that we should be peer reviewed periodically, and the Association of Inspectors General recommends a peer review every 3 years. However, our agency has never been the subject of a peer review, so it is a priority. We would be responsible for the travel costs of our peer reviewers, so depending on the number of individuals and the length of time it takes, we are looking at a cost of about $2,900 to $5,400. We also have continued staff development. Our staff is absolutely our most important asset, so it's critical that we invest in them to ensure we are able to fulfill our mission with the highest degree of excellence. We are fully staffed with 8 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, and 8 of our staff members have professional certifications they need to maintain. So there are CPEs and CLEs, membership dues and continued training, as well as opportunities for new certifications that are relevant to our operations. We do try to run a cost-efficient agency, however, everything is getting more expensive. And even this year, while we'll stay within our current year's budget, we will surpass the $38,979 for other expenditures from the general fund that the executive is recommending for 2024 and 2025, and that is without the increased prices for 2 of our contracts and the anticipated peer review. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a
Chairman
nice
Miller.
day.
I so appreciate it.
No miscellaneous business
Mr. Chair,
without, yes.
Mr. Chair, Councilman Kelly had a question.
I know you want to get out of here. My question is the peer review?
Yes.
The audit? We have an audit person that was just here?
Yes. And I'm sorry, I should let you
Go ahead.
finish your question. Okay, so that actually has come up in the context of audit and the audit committee, and it would comply with our standards if we had the peer review. So it's another agency of Inspector General auditing our operations against the same professional standards that the agencies would use. If that doesn't occur, I believe audit is going to come in and audit us because they had a peer review finding against that same for that same category. However, it would still make us not truly in compliance because we wouldn't truly be getting a peer review.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else? There being no further business for the day, we are adjourned.